the second largest in the world. I am especially honored to welcome all those who, like me, believe in a Europe built on peace, built on shared values, and the belief that welfare and economic growth are essential foundations of our well-being. But, ladies and gentlemen, the inconvenient truth is this: our welfare is under severe pressure. The inconvenient truth is that a comfortable future for ourselves, for our children, and for our grandchildren is no longer a certainty. This didn't happen by coincidence. This happened because the competitiveness of our industry has come under pressure. This happened because of the very foundations of the European welfare state are under attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know the figures. We know the Letta report. We know the Draghi report. We have seen the recent figures presented in the report commissioned by CEFIC. We have known the diagnosis for quite some time. What we are witnessing today, however, is the harsh reality of that diagnosis. Our industry is the engine of welfare, and that engine is beginning to stall. The captains of industry gathered here see beyond abstract numbers. You feel the pain when you are forced to let skilled people go. You feel the uncertainty that is caused when investment projects are being postponed or even cancelled. And all too often, those are the investments in decarbonization and in innovation, precisely the investments we need most, investments that are vital to the future of the European industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a historic tipping point. We all believe in Europe. We believe in a Europe in which industry, innovation and investments can thrive. But therefore, Europe must urgently refocus on what truly matters: our competitiveness, and on concrete, effective measures to restore that competitiveness. Helmut Kohl once said, talking about François Mitterrand and the European bond, wir waren nicht nur durch politische Achtung verbunden, sondern auch durch persönliche Zuneigung und Freundschaft. I am convinced that the sentiment applies to everybody here today. We are united not only by political respect for each other, but also by deep mutual sympathy as people. And let me add this: we are also united by a shared determination to preserve European industry, and with it, our welfare. Flanders is doing its part. Just last week, we announced the largest support program ever for Flemish industry, a program of €2 billion. That will not be enough, nor for Flanders, not for Europe. We need decisive action. We need unity. We need a coordinated and focused strategy. Idealism is not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy. Making the right focused choices is. Taking concrete action is. Showing leadership is. Europeans are counting on us. Thank you.
Dear distinguished guests, Madam President, dear Prime Ministers, last week I drafted a speech for today's event. It was full of big words, praise for the Antwerp Declaration, for each other, full of confirmations of Europe's strengths and appreciation for what we have all already achieved. I chose not to give that speech today, simply because we've heard it too many times. The world is moving on, and European industry is falling behind. This raises an uncomfortable truth. We simply have not done enough to restore European competitiveness. Europe's current playbook is not working. Dear Madam President, today's third edition of the Antwerp Industrial Summit takes place under this impression and public perception. Despite many initiatives since 2024, we still lack the big picture that will bring European industry back to growth. We are still too slow and too hesitant in implementing the bold solutions needed in the most critical time since decades. European industry is under unprecedented pressure. That is why we are here today, once again, driven by a shared sense of responsibility, but also aware that key challenges remain unsolved. Across key sectors, site closures and job losses have reached a new concerning dimension. In the chemical industry alone, plant shutdowns in Europe have increased sixfold since 2022, nearly 10% of Europe's production base. Investments have stalled, and world-class companies are selling off their European assets. Already 20,000 direct jobs are lost, and roughly 90,000 indirect jobs are at risk. This is a structural shift, not a cyclical downturn. Around 30 factory workers from across Europe are joining us here today, and they remind us what is truly at stake. Behind every job stands a person, a family, a future. Every closure and every job loss leave a lasting mark on people's lives and Europe's promise on prosperity. That is why the expectation is both clear and compelling. Europe needs ambitious and decisive actions, now. Not in a year, not in 1 month, but today. Our companies face global competition every day, and we are willing and able to take on fair competition on a level playing field. In today's world, so much is about innovation, speed, and especially cost competitiveness. We simply must become more pragmatic, faster, and more focused. We must forcefully address the self-inflicted challenges that stem from our own political and regulatory choices in Europe. And we have to acknowledge that the rest of the world makes very different choices. But as Mark Carney now famously said, we take the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. We must benchmark Europe with the rest of the world, reduce anti-competitive regulation, and design new regulations more efficiently. The ongoing initiatives are commendable. However, way more efforts are needed to ensure regulation is effective in restoring competitiveness and bring investments back on European soil. Making an anti-competitive regulation simpler is just not going to cut it. Safeguarding jobs and Europe's industrial base was the core of the original Antwerp Declaration, and this remains our mission today. The Antwerp call to Altenbiesen centers on 3 essential actions. First, bring energy costs and carbon costs down. We need action on politically driven energy expenses, such as grid fees and taxes, and a reassessment of how we use domestic resources. Increasing carbon costs drive value chains out of Europe already today. Carbon costs must reflect global realities. We need short-term adjustments for ETS benchmarks and medium-term reforms for the next ETS phase to fix core issues like a CBAM that is designed to fail. It is about adjusting the system wisely to new realities, not about abolishing it. Second, strengthen the single market and global trade. Competitiveness starts at home. A stronger single market, including a true capital union, is essential. But Europe also depends on global partnerships and trade agreements that must be concluded and implemented swiftly. But one thing is equally clear. Free trade and fairness must go hand in hand. Where fairness is undermined, we must act precisely and just as decisively. Third, increase market pull for Europe for products made in Europe. Today, there is hardly any premium for products made in Europe or green products such as low-carbon, bio-based and circular products. The business case for a resilient Europe and the green transformation is often not given. Europe needs smart fiscal and market mechanisms that create predictable revenue streams and enable viable investments without sliding into protectionism disguised as resilience. We should rather incentivize the buildup of future-proof industries and make them competitive on a world scale. Madam President, our call today is simple and urgent. It's a call for bold actions in times of crisis. The main cause for the erosion of industrial competitiveness in Europe is not China, it's not the US, and it's not the Middle East. The root cause lies within Europe itself. And while this might be uncomfortable for some to hear, it also carries an important implication. The solution lies within Europe as well. And that should be motivation to go beyond just doing our best and organizing summits. We owe it to the factory workers present here, their colleagues, and their families. The time for diagnosis is over. Europe now needs delivery from plans to results, from intention to impact, with one clear objective: to reboot industry in Europe now. Madam President and dear Prime Ministers, thank you for listening and thank you for engaging with us today.
Thank you, first of all, Dr. Kadri and Dr. Kamit, Prime Minister De Wever, Prime Minister Skov. Happy to see you here. Chancellor Stocker, good to have you here. Minister President Diependale, ladies and gentlemen, it is good to be back with you for indeed the third time here at the European Industry Summit. Last year, at the beginning of the new mandate, I came to share our agenda. It is shaped indeed by the Draghi and Letta report. It is headlined by the Competitiveness Compass, which is the translation of the Draghi and Letta report into milestones. One core element is the Clean Industrial Deal, our joint plan for decarbonization and competitiveness. And the year since, we have rolled up our sleeves, and the results are starting to show. So let me begin with the good news. We more than doubled investments in industrial transitions from 52 billion euros in 2024 to 115 billion in 2025. We already made proposals to cut administrative costs for companies by 15 billion euros every year. We launched a 1.8 billion euro battery booster to scale up European battery manufacturing. We concluded new trade deals and approved 60 new projects for critical raw materials to ensure secure supply for European industry. These are just a few examples, and of course more has to be on its way and more is on its way. You demand real change faster, and Europe is changing but has to speed up further. So we must go faster. Because I know that, and you described it just, the global pressure on you is growing even more. We have all seen the news coming from here in Antwerp and elsewhere in Europe. And I must say, whenever I hear about an investment leaving Europe and about a factory at risk of closing, my first thought goes to the workers and the families who might lose a vital source of income. But I also think about what it means for Europe as a whole. Your industry is the industry of industries. The energy, the steel, the chemicals you produce underpin entire value chains. The technologies you develop are vital to Europe's independence. So together we must secure your future in our continent, and therefore again, thank you for the invitation. Europe has a lot to offer. We remain frontrunners in many areas of the clean transition. We have built world-class value chains in clean energy, pharmaceuticals, advanced manufacturing, and so much more. But competition is intensifying, and it is sometimes unfair competition. Indeed, we see massive subsidies, state-backed overcapacities, and market distortions. And this makes it increasingly difficult for European industry to compete on a level playing field. China now exports almost twice as much clean tech as we do. And this is not just a trade statistic. It is a signal of where industrial capacity is concentrating and how quickly global market positions can shift. So the urgency could not be greater. We're fighting for our place in the new global economy, and this means together we must make a strong business case for you to choose Europe. Because let me be clear, your future belongs in Europe. So, how can we strengthen the business case for Europe? You need speed, you need scale, power, and new markets to compete in an unrelenting world. Let me start with speed. Speed to expand production and grow. Scale to mobilize more investment and attract capital. And power that is abundant and affordable energy. And we need new markets to strengthen and de-risk our supply chains. And these are the priorities I would like to focus on today. Let me start with speed and new markets. In 2025, we conclude a trade agreement with Mexico, Indonesia, actually 280 million people, and Switzerland. And it has been an even faster start to this year. Last month, I signed our trade agreement with Mercosur, a market of 750 million people, and a breakthrough after 25 years of negotiations, and 20% of GDP are covered by this free trade agreement. And 2 weeks ago, I was in India to sign the largest free trade agreement ever, the mother of all deals. A market of 2 billion people, 25% of global GDP. It grants Europe unique access to the fastest growing large economy, a clear first mover advantage for our businesses. And these deals will open new export markets for you and secure your supply of critical minerals. And these are benefits you will feel in your supply chains and on your balance sheets. But as you rightly so said, this is important, but not sufficient. We have also to speed up at home. In a global race, delay means lost investment. Today, it can take longer to permit a new factory than to build it. Energy projects can wait years for approval, even when financing is ready. This must change. And we have started to change it. For instance, with our wind package, it is cutting permitting times by 2/3. We are making grid connections faster, addressing a critical bottleneck for many of you, with tacit approval of permitting now. And we're making business easier and faster across the board, because as you know, we have set the targets to cut red tape in this mandate by 37 billion euro. That is the equivalent of 25% on the European level. 10 omnibuses are on their way. They are worth 15 billion euro of cuts of red tape every year. So far, so good. But of course, I'm not satisfied, and you are not satisfied with their speed. Because of the 10 omnibuses we proposed last year, only 3 have reached their destination. For the other 7 omnibuses, we count now on the European Parliament and Member States to share the same sense of urgency. And the work on European level will go on. But let me raise another topic, that is looking at the national level. There is too much gold plating. Gold plating is the extra layers of national legislation that just make your life harder and create new barriers in our single market. Let me give you an example. A truck in Belgium can weigh up to 44 tons. But if this truck drives to France and wants to cross the border with France, a border that does not exist anymore, it can only carry up to 40 tons. So 44 tons, 40 tons. In June 2023, we proposed legislation to harmonize this. Almost 2 years later, this is still under discussion by the co-legislators. Another example, shipping waste from one member state to another should be efficient, easy, and quick. But different national practices, the gold plating, make it extremely complex. Some member states, for example, only accept correspondence by fax. It can take several months for traders to get green light from the authorities, depending on the different rules of the different member states. So, if we are serious about simplification, the European level has to do with share, don't get me wrong, there's a lot to do still, but we must also crack down on gold plating and fragmentation. In other words, it's time for deep regulatory house cleaning at all levels. And this is also true when it comes to the European single market, our greatest economic asset. Here we are leaving too much potential on the table. Barriers inside Europe hurt us more than tariffs from the outside. We must therefore complete the single market in Europe if we want Europe to stay competitive in a world of giants. And that's why we will propose next month the 28th regime. The aim is to create a new, truly European company structure. We call it EU Inc. It is a company structure that will have a single and simple set of rules that will apply seamlessly all over our union for all 27 member states, therefore the 28th regime, so that business can operate across member states much more easily. Our entrepreneurs will be able to register a company in any member state within 48 hours, fully online. EU Inc. will ease access to finance in the startup and scale-up phases. It will enable smooth cross-border operations, and it will allow rapid wind-down if a company fails. We hope not. So this is the speed we need, and this is Europe made easy. But as we simplify rules and speed up permitting, we must also accelerate the uptake of your clean products in Europe. Only a surge in demand will make a clear case for investment. And this is why creating lead markets is so important. And public procurement is a powerful lever. It amounts to 14% of our GDP. This is massive financial firepower controlled by European governments. But too often we see that our public buyers have to take the subsidized foreign products instead of the high-quality European alternatives. That is homegrown value that we are leaving on the table. This will be a central focus of the Industrial Accelerator Act that we are putting forward later this month. We will introduce specific EU content requirements for strategic sectors. This also includes low-carbon requirements in public procurement. And of course, this will be based on rigorous economic analysis, but it will create a stable demand for industries and it will kick off a virtuous cycle of growth. So the aim is to let us direct more European money to our European industries. Ladies and gentlemen, this leads me to my second point about scaling up investment. You urgently need better access to low-cost capital. And the structural solution to this is to build a deep and liquid capital market. This is the essence of our proposal for our Savings and Investment Union. And the completion of the Savings and Investment Union can unleash up to 470 billion euros of investment. And to let you know that I am determined to make it happen this time, after we've debated a capital market union since at least 10 years. We want to do this by 27. But if this is not possible at the end of this year, I will propose to go with those who want to speed up in enhanced cooperation. For that, you need at least 9 member states. As I said, I want it by 27, but if it is necessary to speed up the whole process, we will go by enhanced cooperation. But as global competition intensifies, investments are also vital to catalyze private money. So let me also focus on this. Last year, I was here in Antwerp with a promise. I said we would change our rules for state aid to your sectors to make it faster and more predictable. And this is exactly what we've done. And in response to those new state aid rules, member states have already mobilized more than 21 billion euro in state aid to clean industrial projects. The next step is now to channel more resources from our emissions trading system into your industries. I know there's a lot of discussion. The emission trading system, ETS, brings clear benefits. Since it was introduced in 2005, the emissions dropped by 39%, while the economy in sectors covered by ETS has grown by 71%. So this shows that decarbonization and competitiveness can go hand in hand. And revenues of ETS have been generated by over 260 billion euros since 2005. On the European level, 100% of these revenues were reinvested in industrial innovation. 100%. For example, the 100 billion euro Industrial Decarbonization Bank is a good example for that. Next week, we're concluding the first pilot auction worth 1 billion euros. It will finance the decarbonization of how you fire furnaces, melt metals, or mix chemicals. And more support to your industries will be available once the bank is operational. But member states invest less than 5% of the ETS revenues in industrial decarbonization. So I believe it is high time, and I will raise the topic tomorrow at our retreat, that member states step up and match our level of support. That is channeling more ETS revenues back to industry. This will therefore be a core focus also of the upcoming reform of our emission trading system this summer. Because these resources come from the industry, and we've told you that we will always and have to reinvest it in the industry itself, where the money does come from. My third and final point is reliable, affordable energy. This is central to making the business case for Europe, especially for the energy-intensive sectors. Prices are still too high and too volatile. And we know the reason for this. Gas prices drive the energy prices up. Renewables and nuclear drive prices down. The gas price last year in Europe was on average €100 per megawatt hour. The price for renewables was on average €34 per megawatt hour. And the gas price for nuclear was between 50 and €60 per megawatt hour. The data is telling. Of course, this is an average, so in different regions it's different. So the good news is we are well positioned to lower costs. In 2025, for the first time ever, we produced more electricity from solar and wind than from all fossil fuels together. Our battery storage capacity has more than doubled in the past 2 years. And in the past 2 years, nuclear, our largest single energy source, actually increased. But more is needed to stabilize and lower the prices. So the next few years are crucial, because the International Energy Agency tells us that gas prices that are going down now are expected to go down also, or stay down in the next 3 to 4 years. So we should use this time to invest in low-carbon energy system that will protect us when fossil fuel prices go up again. It's a matter of time, then they will go up again. For that, we need the infrastructure for true energy union, because price spikes in the one country could often be avoided if cheaper energy could flow across the border. And we have a blueprint to address this. This is the European grids package that is on the table, proposed by the Commission. As part of it, we are fast-tracking the construction of energy highways all across Europe. Let me give you one example. We started last month with an agreement on the Bornholm Energy Island. It will connect offshore wind from the Baltic Sea to the Danish and the German national grids. So it will transform the Baltic wind from a national resource into shared European power. So we will tackle all these bottlenecks one by one. And the goal is simple. Clean energy must flow freely all across our union so that cheap energy can flow where it is needed, when it is needed. In addition, we must drastically modernize our energy taxation. While energy costs are going down, national taxes on energy are going up, and the taxes that industry pays on electricity are 15 times higher than taxes on gas. This is just wrong. So we are working with the national governments to reduce the tax burden and bring prices down. Finally, we must make greater use of power purchase agreement and contracts for difference. We need them in all member states and not only for large companies, because locking in energy prices protects you from volatility and lets you plan for the long term. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. We need everyone in our union to help move them forward. Our proposals are on the table. We need national governments, the European Parliament, the European Commission, all to play their part. We need you, the business and trade union leaders, to keep advocating for bold action, what you're doing today. The summit is about listening to your priorities and your proposals. And indeed, tomorrow, at the informal meeting of the European Council, I will discuss with leaders how to match the pace you need. It is time to further accelerate so that you can invest in your future right here in Europe. Thank you very much, and long live Europe.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Prime Minister Schoof, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address you today at this European Industry Summit. And excellent timing, by the way, just the day before the informal European Council tomorrow. And I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to listen to you, to your urgent priorities and demands that we can discuss tomorrow further. First of all, let me say that I believe that this summit is about so much more than competitiveness and our continent's industrial future. And the same is true, by the way, for tomorrow. Because our economy is about our security. Our economy is about our independence. And our economy is, of course, about the future of prosperity as well. The geopolitical fast lane we live in today must surely urge us to keep an open dialogue between the European industry and political leaders. Because only together we will be able to shape an economic framework that is sustainable and secure in today's geopolitical and geoeconomic turbulence. In fact, there is so much to win. If we would make full use of our internal market and deepen our investment union, our GDP would grow by 7%. So let's fasten our seatbelts together and face the challenges ahead that, to me, should be the goal of this summit. With that in mind, I want to highlight 3 essentials today that are imperative for the Netherlands as one of Europe's most open, innovative economies, and make a plea to accelerate our efforts to reach these goals together. So, Ursula, I'm with you. Firstly, we need to make things as simple as possible and create an enabling environment within Europe in order to make the European industry future-proof and unlock its full and clean potential. We must tackle unjustified barriers, the so-called terrible 10, to create the right circumstances to increase the demand for clean products and solutions. For instance, we recognize that lead markets for green chemistry will need to be created to facilitate the feedstock transition. This is vital for our future competitiveness. This is also why the Netherlands is firmly represented in the European Critical Chemical Alliance, alongside many of the companies present today. And as I've discussed much more often with you, we must tackle high energy prices by investing more in interconnected cross-border energy grids and streamline permitting processes. We value what the upcoming Industry Accelerator Act and the Circular Economy Act is seeking to do, creating measures to stimulate clean demand in industrial sectors, for example, through labeling product standards. Secondly, innovation in the energy transition is a key driver for economic growth. Competitiveness, economic security and decarbonization should go, therefore, hand in hand. We must swiftly stimulate the rollout of renewable energy and industrial decarbonization to create a sustainable and competitive future. And the Netherlands is well aware that consistent and predictable policies are essential for the long term. And we have to unlock private investment. That is why the MFF should be used to its full potential to unlock private capital, and we need to deepen our saving and investment union, making full use of the strategy prompted out by the Commission last year. Thirdly, Europe needs to become more independent for certainty and security. This means that we must continue to conclude and deepen free trade agreements that enhance our global competitiveness while ensuring robust, resilient supply chains. Access to finance is equally crucial, empowering our businesses to innovate and grow in an ever-evolving economic landscape. We also need an integrated European value chain strategy. For this critical raw material partnership with South Africa, Australia, Chile and Canada are indispensable in this endeavour. After all, strong and resilient supply chains are key to a competitive EU and an equal level playing field. For example, we cannot allow chemical byproducts to flood the European market, jeopardizing critical supply chains. We know that this is happening and we recognize the dangers to our strategic autonomy. Of course, all this requires close collaboration between governments, industry and relevant stakeholders. We must do this with Europe and remain open to third countries. This way, the EU remains the most attractive trading partner in the world. Together, we can work towards a prosperous, sustainable and competitive industrial future for Europe. Together, we keep Europe safe, secure and independent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prime Minister. So as the Chancellor Stoker joined us, so if I can ask you to take the floor. Welcome.
Dear President von der Leyen, dear Prime Minister De Wever, dear Prime Minister Schoof, dear Vice Presidents and Commissioners, dear CEOs and business representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking Pat De Wever for organizing this summit. As you all know, the EU leaders of the 27 member states will meet tomorrow to discuss how we can strengthen our competitiveness. What can be more useful than getting a reality check on the day before? But thank you for providing us with this valuable possibility to listen to those that actually know what the situation looks like on the ground. The companies that employ hundreds, sometimes thousands of people. Those that know what the hard competition with China, the US, and the rest of the world really means. Your success has been and still is the backbone of Europe's prosperity, of our strengths, and of our resilience. The European project has always been based on economic success. Safeguarding our strengths is therefore not only an economic question, it is also a deeply political task. If we don't protect our competitiveness, we will also fail at solving all the other challenges that we are faced with. Economic competitiveness has been my main task since I took office as the Federal Chancellor of Austria. When I started, Austria was in a deep recession and inflation was very high. Thanks to many domestic measures, we have been able to improve the situation. Today, Austria returned to economic growth and inflation has fallen to 2%. However, Austria is definitely still not where it should be. In order to get there, we need success on the European level. How to get there? I see 5 priorities. Priority number 1, energy costs must go down. This is Europe's most obvious competitive disadvantage. Wholesale prices for energy in Austria are today still more than double those of 5 years ago, even though we are capable of producing huge amounts of cheap, sustainable energy. Why? Because the market forces us to always pay the price for gas, which is much higher than that of all other forms of energy. This is not sustainable. This is not just a problem in Austria. I had a meeting with the Prime Ministers of Czechia and Slovakia yesterday in Bratislava, and we all agree nothing hurts us more than high energy prices. I see 2 options. We must either permanently reduce the gas price towards pre-crisis levels, or we change the pricing mechanism. We should not be afraid to question the merit order system if it does not serve us any longer. Priority number 2, extend free allowances in the emission trade system. We can only afford the green transformation if our industrial base is strong. The ETS path until 2034 is too steep and too ambitious. If we do not change course, we will not make the world greener, we will only make Europe poorer. Also here I want to underline that this is not only my position. The Prime Ministers of Czechia and Slovakia have the exact same situation in their countries. Do not get me wrong. Climate change needs to be addressed and tackled. We just have to admit that the approach we took in the beginning was too extreme. Fortunately, the trend reversal has already begun, but more will be necessary. Priority number 3, complete the single market. The so-called 28 regime could facilitate access to domestic and capital markets for startups That this ambition of thinking outside the box is exactly what we need. We have to continue and intensify our efforts to reduce bureaucracy and work towards real deregulation on the EU level. Of course, many barriers exist national level. As member states, we also have to do our homework. We must also remove unjustified territorial supply constraints. It is unacceptable that citizens in smaller countries pay more for the same products than citizens in larger countries. Finally, we must speed up our work to complete the savings and the investment union. It's crazy that every single year more than 330 billion euros of European capital are invested in the US. Imagine what it means for European innovation, entrepreneurship and jobs if that money stayed in Europe. When we should change this, if not now? Priority number 4, a commitment to European preference, not out of protectionism, but because European competitiveness and prosperity should be safeguarded. We are ready to put billions of euros into reconstruction of Ukraine as soon as lasting peace can be achieved, but we also have to ensure that it's European business that rebuild Europe. And finally, priority number 5, fair trade agreements. We need strategic trade agreements to help our markets grow and to supply our industry with the materials and input needed to succeed. I commend President von der Leyen, who has already made much progress in the last year, for instance, in Indonesia or in India. At the same time, we must stop unfair market practices by third countries. With that, I conclude my remarks and look forward to hearing your views. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you to all our esteemed guests for sharing your perspective. As we now move on to the discussion under Chatham House rules, I kindly invite members of the press to leave the room. Thank you very much, Madam President. You will be always invited, I believe. So you already gave us, you're okay to see you back and here. And I must say, I have witnessed 3 years in a row you come in, engage in, pursuing the conversation between two summits. Between you and me, I never thought a EU president would use the word ETS benchmarks. Truly appreciate your focus and willingness to discuss. Thank you for your leadership and thank you again for being here. It's invaluable. One remark for the head of states. Your colleagues in the Member States Climate Change Committee will vote on these benchmarks already at the end of the month. So decide tomorrow to postpone this and then say you hope to welcome for next year. But having said that, we truly hope to have you next year with maybe more than 50% progress. You can count on our support, and we know you cannot do it alone. And I think this is loud and clear. Madam President, if we have 600 attendees, it's because people do believe that Europe can make it. That's why we are here. And you are our hope. I know you will continue to engage in many different formats, including in this one, and we take good note of your willingness to meet again. This is why we had the honor to welcome prime ministers, chancellors, and I know President Macron and Chancellor Merz are joining us later today, and we will be loud and clear that they all need to step up. So by now I would like to invite the Prime Minister of Belgium, Bart De Wever, for his closing remarks.
Madam President, liebe Ursula, Minister-President, beste Matthias, colleagues, Prime Ministers, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome you back again in my hometown of Antwerp in our magnificent 16th century stock exchange. A year ago, I stood here only a few weeks into my mandate as Prime Minister, still wet behind the ears. And today, I'm a little bit less wet, but not less concerned. In recent weeks, I have had intensive discussions with many leaders of industry, many of them here present today among us. And frankly, those conversations were a cold shower. So again, I felt wet behind the ears. But at least I know I have to keep my powder dry. Last year, I said that Europe must never become an industrial museum. The birthplace of the Industrial Revolution cannot turn into a beautiful heritage park where visitors admire the prosperity of the past while the future is built elsewhere. The follow-up report to the Antwerp Declaration by Deloitte shows that 83% of the pillars meant to strengthen our competitiveness have seen no progress or even deterioration. When I say this, this is not an attack on the European Union and certainly not on the President of the Commission who works relentlessly. But reality, unfortunately, is what it is. A recent report commissioned by CEFIC on the chemical sector, the backbone of the European industry, presents a chilling list of closures and declining investments. Over the past 4 years, announced closures in the European chemical industry increased sixfold, representing a loss of almost 10% of the European chemical production capacity. In countries like ours, Germany, the Netherlands and France, the situation is simply dramatic. We are at the brink of an existential crisis. And the reasons are well known. I've heard them all the afternoon: energy costs, overall competitiveness, regulation and Chinese dumping. I'm not going to repeat what you all said. We all know we must change course, and we all know the direction. Yet it sometimes feels like we're standing on the bridge of the ship, staring at the horizon without being able to touch the helm. So today, this is a call to arms. Let us take responsibility. No one else will do it for us. The people in this room will determine the future of European prosperity. In my own country, I made 3 promises to my industry: lower energy costs, more competitive labor costs, and simpler rules. And we have reduced structural labor cost handicaps. We have introduced compensation mechanism for energy-intensive companies in which we used the new CSF instrument, and we have screened dozens of regulatory requirements. The Flemish region also, Matthias, has taken important steps freeing budgets to support industry and also making permitting faster, more predictable and legally robust, potentially cutting lead times for major projects and increasing legal certainty for investors. These are all good steps, but they are not miracle solutions. They are choices, and they show that progress is possible, but we know that the road remains very long. Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to talk about the future of our industry, we must first believe that our industry is the future. A year ago, I was not convinced that this belief was yet widely shared. Today, I'm a bit less skeptical about that, but the growing belief must translate now into urgent action. And we must start from what is feasible, not from what is desirable. Everybody agrees on what we want. The real question is what is workable in practice to get there. Pragmatism is not a compromise. It is a precondition for resilience. Jacques Delors once said that the single market should serve as a triangle: economy, technology and defense. And industry is the thread connecting these three. Without industry, no technological leadership. Without technology, no defense capability. And without those two, no strategic autonomy. If Europe neglects its industrial base, it does not only lose growth, it loses influence, and ultimately it will lose sovereignty. And so we require urgent action on three fronts. First, we need to give industry room to grow and not rules that hold it back. Carbon costs continue to rise, regardless of industrial growth. Definitions on what is green are sometimes so rigid that they slow down innovation rather than accelerate it. We need technological neutrality, including for hydrogen, carbon capture, nuclear energy, and other transition technologies. We should judge solutions by results, not by labels. On administrative simplification, cosmetic surgery will not be enough. We need shock therapy. That means measurable commitments. We must urgently accelerate the ambitious goal of reducing administrative burden on all businesses by 35% within this mandate, with fewer reporting obligations, faster permitting, and one-stop shops for strategic projects. In addition, we must review all legislative proposals to assess their impact on competitiveness. Freezing existing legislation or scaling back new regulation should not be a taboo. Much has been said about the Letta and Draghi reports. Yet, after 1 year, barely 1 in 10 of Draghi's recommendations has been implemented. And precisely in energy and digitalization, two decisive domains, progress has been the slowest. Meanwhile, the annual compendium of obstacles in the single market keeps getting thicker every year. So we seem to be finding or adding barriers faster than we remove them. Our labor productivity is already 20% lower than that of the United States. Today in the European Union, over twice as many people work on implementing and monitoring rules than on innovative research. 1.7% of our workforce is busy inventing the technology of the future to make our world more prosperous and more sustainable. In the meantime, 3.9% of our workforce is spending its days managing regulation. That is a horrific structural disadvantage we can simply not afford. We need an environment where our industry can move forward, not one where rules hold it back. Second front, where action is needed, we need partnerships that make us stronger, not dependencies that make us weaker. We do not want a Europe first, and certainly not a Europe alone. Personally, I prefer the slogan "Made with Europe" over the slogan "Made in Europe." Let us not copy another man's stupidity. Economic resilience does not mean isolation. It means strength to cooperation. We live in a world increasingly shaped by power politics. The United States and China both pursue industrial strategies built on scale, speed, and state support. They think in terms of winning and losing. Europe has always believed in win-win. The economy is not a zero-sum game, and that should remain our strength. But we must ensure that we do not turn ourselves into the losers of somebody else's game. In energy, for instance, we should not replace one dependency with another. In energy supply, critical raw materials, semiconductors, batteries, and defense equipment, we must diversify supply chains and secure reliable partners with whom we can trade on a level playing field. We cannot stand idly by while other countries, such as China, massively dump their goods on our market to the detriment of our businesses. We really cannot continue to respond to this by setting up working groups and calmly considering new rules. No, this requires a coherent, flexible, and above all, decisive and assertive approach now. Industry today is also security policy. The war in Ukraine has reminded us that steel, chemicals, chips, and energy are not abstract economical variables. They determine our capacity to defend ourselves. Many partners are eager to work with us. ASEAN countries, India, Canada, Australia, Mercosur, finally. We should move faster on trade agreements, and I thank the Commission President for all she's done for that. We should move faster on strategic partnerships, on supply chains, not out of ideology, but out of necessity. Third and final front. We want businesses to invest here, to build here, to expand here. But Europe accounts for barely 5% of global venture capital. The United States attracts roughly 10 times more. Too many of our scale-ups move abroad when they grow. We are already behind at the starting line. A true savings and investment union is essential for the long term, but in the short term, we must urgently accelerate our efforts to bring in and grow new, critical and strategic projects on European soil. The technological race is not a sprint, it is a hurdles race. So new players can catch up and leaders can stumble. Europe may be lagging, but we're still very much in the game. We must actively attract and scale strategic projects. Clean tech, defense manufacturing, advanced materials, AI, life sciences. Europe can still make itself indispensable to build and expand such industries worldwide. Certainly, if we can also make a leap forward in integrating the European market, there are still so many barriers for trading services and goods within the EU itself. If we want to combine our need for investments with the ambition to create an ecosystem for sustainable technological innovation and growth, we need to bring down obstacles and capitalize on every opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe remains an attractive market. Democratic, rules-based, free market-oriented, stable and with respectful leadership. The rest of the world envies us, or a lot of the rest of the world still envies us for this, and also for our hundreds of millions of consumers and rich savings. And the rest of the world is surely watching us, some with goodwill, others with less benign intentions. If we want economic resilience, strategic strength and sustainable prosperity, a strong industrial base is indispensable. You are the key to prosperity. You are the key to power and influence to change the world for the better. And the momentum is now. With the next multi-annual financial framework ahead of us, we must set priorities. Europe must stop trying to do everything, everywhere, all at once. There's a clear trinity of top priorities: innovation, productivity, competitiveness. That is where our focus must be. If not, the decarbonization of Europe will become synonymous with its deindustrialization. and eventually with its poverty and its irrelevance. It's up to us. If we want Europe to matter in the world, our industry must matter first to us. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for your steady support for any industry, and with the loud applauses. It tells us that this closing speech for our session was actually highly appreciated. I would also like to thank everyone for being here today. I feel truly honored to have been able to lead this effort together with Sefik, Marco, and all our partners, suppliers, customers, SMEs, social partners, the workers who are here. Thank you all for taking the time despite your busy schedule. And we will all remember Act Now. And a special thank you to the Sefik team before I give the floor to Marco. I know how much work and dedication this requires behind the scene. Now I would like to invite everyone to join us for our traditional family photo. You will be guided to the area by our miracle man, Marco Mensink.
No pressure. For those of you who have been here before, first of all, I'm going to be very directive and Dutch. Madam President, you've done this last year. Those sitting on this round table, please stay seated. The workers, can you please stand up and go to the stage? Those in battle gear, head over to the stage, please.
And give them a round of applause.
Yeah, absolutely. We sent them an email saying we have a strange meeting you might want to attend, and I can tell you it's been overwhelming. Those sitting out there next to the stage on the chairs, can you please stand up from your chair and get under the balcony over there? With apologies, because we'll remove, and then I'll make it very, very simple. If you're sitting on those people here can stay, more or less. If you're sitting on a luxury black seat, right behind the speakers here, please go to the back of the stage. So those sitting on a luxury black seat, not the ones behind, please go to the back rows of the stage. Then those who sit on a wonderful white seat, you will stand in front of the people with the black seat. And those around the round table will come in and move first. So this is not only an engineering feat, this is a proof to all the politicians that industry can work together. It's a very scary event. And then for those who are sitting on the white seats, please indeed in front. Those at the round table, your names are on the floor. And you will see on your table a little schedule. So if you allocate yourselves the distance from President von der Leyen, you will know where we need you to be there. So if the black seats are there, I will come over here. Are we good with the seats? Can I invite the round table to start moving to the front as well, please? You found your place?
I might find a place.
You're here? Extra. Mensink. Schoof. Thank you. You found your way?
Hey Marco, hoe gaat het? Goed jou te zien?
Heel goed.
The two of you know each other well, I guess. Maybe I should invite you to connect. No. Okay, that's very good. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
Ilan, please. So, Dutch Prime Minister, Mr. Vasiliadis. No, you're on the left here.
Where do I have to be?
Je hebt een plaatje.
Ja.
Stokkers is in één. Vasiliadis over hier. Follow het plaatje.
Ja, het is een moeilijke.
Sorry. Good. Mr. Radcliffe over here.
Oh, yeah.
Where is this?
Come
That's there?
So you're here? One up. Yep. I can't find anything. Sorry. Then you come stand next to Mr. Hoekstra. The tall guys. No. Yep, I'm there. So on stage, we'll take two pictures. The first picture, you look straight ahead. That's the simple one. The second picture, you look up to the balcony where there's a person waving over there. First up there. So look up to the waving guy and smile. And then we're going to look down to the people in front of us. There's more cameras running in from the right. So if you keep your smile for a second longer. Philippe, do we have the boards? 2 more minutes. And then I'd like to ask you to stay on stage when the President leaves us, so we have a bit of room for President von der Leyen and the Prime Ministers to move out. Thank you very much for the picture, Madam President. Marcus? Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. Ilan? For all others, there's a coffee break before we start the session with Commissioner Hoekstra and EVP Ribera. And the Ribera session for those registered is upstairs. Séjourné is cancelled.
Moesten wij die blijven voor de foto bij de Wever? Of,
het gaat niet meer lukken nu, want we gaan nog bij de uitgang doen. Dus als jullie meekomen naar de uitgang. Laat me even kijken. Nee, blijf maar even hier. Oké, blijf maar even hier. No, sorry.
Andere ambitionen, ja, die moesten waar.
Mag ik u nog één ding vragen? De werkers zouden graag een foto met u willen hebben. De workers, de mensen met een metal gear.
Ja.
Is dat oké?
Ja, natuurlijk. Dank u wel.
de beste speech wil die van u.
Dank u wel.
De meest compacte.
Take a picture. Ja, foto hier met de Wever. Philip, I need a camera.
Niet doen de workers nog een keer nodig?
Ja, we gaan hier staan met z'n allen, met Bart.
Dan moet ik mijn collega's...
Wat erbij? Ja. Ah, cool.
Goed gedaan, man. Goed gedaan.
Stapje.
Voilà. Nog.
Ik ga de hele week even maken. Terug op het podium. Ga omhoog. Ga omhoog. Er blijven hier te veel mensen staan. Dan komen meneer de Wever daar. Yes, mag ik u uitnodigen?
Natuurlijk, zij moet dat allemaal leveren. Ze heeft kwaai pappenheimers in haar club zitten. Hè? Ik snap dat wel, hè? Zowel in haar commissie als in haar... Ja, oké. Hey, ça va?
Oké. Yep. Can we free up room for the cameras here, please? Mag ik u vragen om even uit de weg te gaan? Sorry, mag u?
Geen probleem.
Guys, can you move out of the way? And we take a picture with Dr. Wave and the workers. Dank u, meneer Van Boksmeer.
Go. Alles goed?
We zijn halverwege.
Ja, dat is allemaal mooi georganiseerd. Hij kan dat. Dat is niet morgen aan de bak. Ja, hij meent het.
Super. Een dikke merci voor alle werkers uit Antwerpen. En dan gaan we nu aan de koffie.
It's really well done.
Now we get a president and a Bundeskanzler.
Yes.
Okay.
We've lost our chancellor. Have you by chance seen him?
No.
No, good.
Hi, great.
Thank you. Do we need Cefic team? Do we need Cefic team, or we leave it like this, a bit chaotic?
For the picture or to
No,
get
pictures
some
are
help?
done. Do we need Cefic team? No, they start building the stage.
Yes.
Well done. Dank u. So for everyone, we're rebuilding the stage. So we have the Hoekstra session as soon as the stage is finished. For everyone, we're rebuilding the stage so that we have the Hoekstra session as soon as the stage is finished. Those who are in the session for EVP Ribera should go upstairs via the stairways. Waar is een toilet? Ja.
Met trappen.
and I figured out who the lady was. She worked for von der Leyen. She's a part of her delegation. So.
Yeah, but I mean, calm down.
That's true.
I think this is for the breakout sessions.
Yeah, I think so.
But they put me like in a breakout session, but I don't know what that is. You see?
Yeah, I think that's gonna happen now with Hoekstra.
Everyone then.
I guess. Otherwise, follow Camilla.
Yeah. I don't know, now she disappeared. But sometimes I feel like I should not follow her, you know? Sometimes I'm like, maybe
Calm down a bit.
I stress her more, I don't know, because I'm like, like a dog.
I also have to go to the toilet.
Go quickly, you want to...
No, my dad will be back and give me it. And then I say, I'm not here for like 5 minutes. Bye.
At the end, we should take a picture.
Yeah, we should.
I'm cold.
I'm okay, but it's more just some like running around doing stuff.
I'm always cold. My problem.
If you're from Italy, this is cool. Dat zien we nog wel. Ja, het staat nu uit. Maar ik ben bang dat als hij weer begint...
Do you know if they can give like a certificate that we attended today?
I don't think so, because it's not an official like course or something. You can take the pictures.
Yeah.
That's proof.
Congratulations. Thank you. The nice thing is it's a team of 4. We're not the European Council, we're not professionals, we do this for fun.
No, but it's great.
Thank you.
Premier community.
I now need to manage the French president. You know how to do it.
Yes. See you later.
Appreciate it for coming.
You see Europe more present in Europe. Except for the No.
Size message.
What organization?
Definitely. Encantado. We zien het straks gratis. Kun je die... Ja, die heb ik nodig. En hier... Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. You didn't know it?
So, are you going to rewrite your thesis?
Actually, yeah, I should continue.
Ik breng deze wat
part 2.
You have an internship.
Wil je pen?
Yeah. Thank you.
Ja.
Hey, I respect you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask the persons for the Ribera session to go upstairs? And can I please ask the persons for the Hoekstra session to take a seat?
Gaan we zitten of gaan we staan?
Can we have sound, please?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we meet once again in the Antwerp Handelsbeurs. We are a bit tight for time, but we have a very important conversation here. Welcome to all of you. Commissioner Hoekstra, welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to meet again in arguably a very important week for Europe's competitiveness agenda. 2 years ago, Europe's industry came together to call for an industrial strategy. A year ago, almost to the day, you were here, the Commission President was here to launch the Clean Industrial Deal as a response to that call. Today, fast forward, context is rapidly evolving. We have a lot that's ongoing, many challenges that remain. Before we go to questions from the audience here, let's set the scene just a bit. Clean Industrial Deal is now 1 year in motion. Where do we stand? What have been some of the tangible impacts that industry here can see on the ground as a direct result of the CID?
Do we have sound? Yeah, we do have sound. Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, very good to see you. And I think I know, and I've met even more people in the audience than a year ago, which I think is testimony to the whole thing that we are trying to pull off. And that is making sure we truly do this together. We truly work together to make sure we don't just have climate policy, but we do manage to make sure they go hand in hand with competitiveness and independence. I'll add to your question, where are we and what have we done? A lot has been done, but much more is needed. And frankly speaking, I think much more is needed also at considerably higher speed. Why? Well, because the world is evolving and many of the trends that we see work against us rather than in favor of us. That's just the geopolitical reality we're currently facing. So of course I'm tempted to sum up many of the things that we did accomplish in terms of simplification, in terms of huge investments in clean tech and batteries, in terms of making sure we have investments ready for grids and we connect Europe much more going forward, in terms of creating lead markets, which for example we're doing in steel, in the domain of CBAM, which was a very lively conversation also last year. But again, the last thing I want to display here is any notion of complacency. This is urgent, much more needs to be done, and as I've said last year to all of you, what we need to have is a programmatic approach that stays with us for years to come, that delivers in the short, the medium and the long term. And so on each of these issues, whether it is clean tech, whether it is specific industrial problems, whether it is batteries, whether it is grid investments, whether it is independence, whether it is demand management, all of that needs to see more action at both the European and a national level.
So many areas of progress, yet we're here, the mood is sharper, challenges remain on the ground. Some say Europe's really at, or its industry is at a tipping point. Where do we go from here? How does that change or impact your diagnosis of the competitiveness and decarbonization agenda?
So I would argue that many of the elements that we have put on the table are actually the right ones. And that if you talk to whether it is leaders in industry, also in leaders in more broadly in business or in the political domain, there is a larger amount of agreement on, let's say, the direction of travel, on simplification, on clean tech, on grid investments, in making sure that competition is there and is needed, but it is also fair and we're doing more to protect our level playing field. And I can prolong the list. I typically tend to add, and that is something where maybe not all politicians in Europe agree, that on top of that we need to speed up the single market. We need to do much more in delivering the capital markets union, and we need reforms at a member state level. And as a politician, I know that that is complicated, But we simply need to make sure we have more economic growth if we want to deliver on the whole set of priorities. So the direction of travel, I think, is to a very large degree is something many people agree on. The difficulty, in my view, is to speed up the delivery, because the problems are getting more pressing. And my experience, also coming from business, is that both at a national level and at a European level, and I'm not going to say that it is all a disaster, we're doing our utmost, but the speed of delivery simply needs to go up. We need to be quicker on our feet. That's part of the reality of what we're facing.
Yeah, we're in a room full of CEOs, as we were last year. They have to make very tough decisions about where to place the next wave of investment going further. You know this, you have a private sector background yourself. What's the one signal they should take home here from where you see Europe's industry going next?
Look, I'm biased. So of course I'm going to tell you, invest it here. And if you're not convinced yet, then let's have that conversation. Let's talk about how we make that viable. But let's also be realistic, and that is something, of course, you need to decide on yourself, on the alternatives. Look at what is happening with our American friends. And look at what is happening with predictability. If you look at how certain sectors are being treated, how lawyers are being treated, how universities are being treated, how the central bank president is being treated. Is that really the predictability and the type of investment environment that most companies look for? Or let's look at China. And I know that the temptation is there as well. And I understand that diversifying is part of the answer. But are we really sure, with all that is going on geopolitically, a country with the assertiveness in the region, typically also on the top of problems for many European politicians and American politicians, all that is going on also in their different sectors, where they simply apply different rules for you when you operate there than we do when they operate here? Is that really the bet you want to make? I think we need to do more at home. I'm convinced that all the elements that I mentioned, from simplification, from deregulation, from investments, and that is going to cost quite a bit of public money, more is needed. But if I were to decide on investments, I would think again when I would be tempted for either China or the US.
Right. We have many questions that come from the floor, and I want to look towards Marco here, who is right there on cue, partner in crime, to take some of those questions, because there's a lot that's coming here, whether energy prices, carbon pricing, etc., that come into play. So Marco, please do help us out here.
Definitely, and thank you again for joining us. It's been a pleasure. The first question I would like to hand over to the steel sector, to Geert van Poelvoorde.
Thank you, Marcus. Good afternoon. Geert van Poelvoorde, ArcelorMittal. So, thank you, Commissioner. You have seen that yesterday we announced our first big investment in France for 1.3 billion euro. The reason why we had taken this step is that we are confident enough that the measures that have been taken by the Commission and in the several member states are good enough to have a business case for this investment. Now, there's one question I would like to ask you, and also thank you very much that you stayed strong in the FTA agreements with India for the steel sector. But one question on the CBAM. So there are still some very big loopholes where we're very concerned on, and you know, one of them is the resource shuffling and the risk we have there on circumvention. So now the Commission has proposed that there will be a reaction when they detect abuse. But for us, it is not so clear. How are you going to follow this? How are you going to detect this? Because circumvention and resource shuffling will happen. It's just a matter of time. So the payment of the CBAM is in 2027, in September. So there's a long time from now. So how are we going to monitor that and detect that and act when there is this circumvention?
No, thank you, and also thanks very much for the hugely important investments you've been making. And if that is okay, and if Marco agrees, I am going to misuse the question to first say something else I think that is important for the sector, and then I come to CBAM. If you look at steel and what the Commission has done in the last year, I think that is exactly testimony to the type of dialogue we've had last year. Because then we have acknowledged, I think, together, the dumping on the European market. The fact that if steel disappears from Europe, it's certainly not going to get cleaner. As a matter of fact, you're going to have another dependency in return. And by the way, you're going to lose jobs. So there we have intervened, I would say, quite assertively. And indeed, the result is that you are making investments. Yesterday, in my own home country, Tata Steel, the largest emitter of the country, asking us to stay the course, sending a letter to the Dutch Prime Minister to stay the course on ETS, because they want predictability, they want this system to work. Now, specifically on CBAM, which I think is a great addition to the ETS system, but let's also agree that the design as it was initially made needed improvements. We've made 4 improvements, which I think are all very important for European industry. First, and that was a direct result of this conversation, radical simplification of the design. I've taken 90% of companies out of the scope while keeping 99% of emissions within scope. That's one. Secondly, making sure we help those who are exporting so that they don't face an unfair competitive disadvantage. Third, and that was something that many industries in Europe have asked for, scope. So not just look at the raw product, but also look at the proverbial washing machine. And the fourth element, and that's exactly what you are alluding to, let's make sure that we don't get fooled. And I think that's a very reasonable ask. So what we have now in the system is the ability to monitor and to check at a very granular level what is coming in. And if that doesn't satisfy us, we will immediately go to default values at a country level. Is that the end of the gaming? For sure not, because whatever rule we devise, there's always someone who's trying to game it. But please know that this is a hugely important step, and the moment you or anyone else feels that while we are trying to launch this design, others are seeking to fool it, then we're going to change it and we're going to beef it up to make sure this works, to do nothing else than create a level playing field.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. In case you wonder what the 2 gentlemen are doing there, we're very efficient and also preparing for the arrival of the French president.
Thanks, guys.
Who has just landed in Antwerp, so hence the maybe slightly confusion. Can I do a personal confession?
A personal confession? Well, absolutely. Just between the 2 of us, or?
No, so we'll do that afterwards. So, Dutchman among. I'm one of the original ETS nerds in Brussels. I started ETS in 2000, went through the benchmarks with all of you. And the reason why you saw the hectic news on ETS, and I would say the campaign in Politico, I didn't think it was news, is that sometimes I now, after 20 years of ETS, feel I might have gone the wrong direction. And one of the reasons is that if you look at sites in Geleen and Douwen, Terneuzen and others, if the electricity is not there, you might still have free allocation, but it's still a carbon cost and it's hurting you, and your only way out is to close, because you talk to TenneT and they say 12 years later there's a problem. And that is, I think, where you hear the urgency now from the companies. They see nowhere to go, but the 22nd of February, the Climate Change Commission halves your benchmark. Now, that is one element, but I'll combine it. The second one is that we finally have a CBAM, and Svein Tore is sitting here. 2 farmers come to the street, and the Commission drops the CBAM. I'm doing it a bit quick and dirty. Can you react on that one?
I'm in politics, so I love feedback, and I'm also very much used to it. But this is a small acceleration, even by your standards, isn't it?
I try.
We're going to talk CBAM and fertilizers first, right? And then I'm sure I'm back on ETS in a sec.
Sure, and thank you for the opportunity. At Yara International, we're in the fertilizer space, and we have prepared for CBAM for a number of years. We've reduced our emissions by 50%, meaning that we've taken all the low-hanging fruits, all the medium challenging, and now we're on the hard-to-abate part. And we're actually right now in the final stages of finalizing the largest industrial CCS project in Europe, in the Netherlands, to sequester CO2. It'll be operational in third quarter this year, and that will take 800,000 tons a year for the next 15 years. So it's a really meaningful project. And CBAM is here to create a level playing field, and we fully support the thinking around that from our part of the industry. But what took years to plan and implement, it was implemented on January 1st, and then on January 7th, significant confusion was created by the Commission, where there are talks about suspending, pausing, possibly with retroactive impact, and this kind of uncertainty is very unwelcome when we have these kinds of investments. So what could be done here in order to restore predictability and certainty about CBAM for our sector? Thank you.
I think it is a very fair ask, and I just have to admit that not everything we do is always the gold standard, to phrase it diplomatically. Frankly speaking, I think we need to have a more fundamental conversation with your sector on how we're going to make that work. Why? What is the current situation? And you know these numbers much better, and indeed you've done an amazing job with your company, but also many others in the sector. We're facing a fertilizer sector in Europe that has 30% under capacity. I think that's roughly the number. We have a lot of our farmers and a lot of our companies actually importing dirty stuff from all countries, Russia, rather than making sure we make a grand bargain in Europe where we're actually producing much more cleanly and where we want to produce even more cleanly. And to me, that is a market failure we do need to fix. So there are a couple of things I had in mind when I was thinking about this session in terms of follow-up. And more than happy to talk about chemicals in a sec, because I know quite a number of people are also pressed there for, okay, what can we do together? But let's make sure we have that dialogue on fertilizers. I think there's a world to be won. It is mind-boggling that in some countries, indeed, on the one hand, you have people going to the streets, and at the same time, you have the companies who have idle capacity that could actually feed into the demand. So we have a supply and demand issue that we need to fix. So I'm very much willing to do that. Let's make sure we have the dialogue with you, but also with others in the sector. And what I will then do is make sure I will involve others in the Commission, because in the end, you need to have let's say, a Commission approach to this.
Thank you very much. Alex, Vioneo is a name that I think rings a bell with the Commissioner.
Thank you, Marco. Commissioner, good to see you again and your team. I think, from our perspective, fossil-free plastics visits. My specific question today was to talk about demand stimulation. One of the hardest problems we have as a new entrant into the market is clarity for our potential customers where just renewable carbon products will be treated in the future. I was wondering if you could explain how regulatory certainty can be given to them.
Yeah, no, a very good point. And by the way, I think our teams are already in dialogue about avoiding any temptation of geographies outside of Europe. More than happy to have that and to continue that dialogue. But I think what you're asking for is hugely important. Let me say two things about it. One is, all of you will continue to be disappointed by the level of predictability politicians all over the world will deliver. But you need to continue to bang the table for why this is so important and why, whereas on the one hand for politicians, 1 week is a long time, as the saying goes, but you are having investment cycles that in some industries are decades. So please bear with me, this is the one thing I think is also very high on my to-do list, demand predictability. That is, by the way, exactly what I've tried to do with the 2040 agreement. Articulate where Europe wants to go. Articulate how we're matching climate competitiveness and independence. Articulate which flexibilities we are baking into the system. And then to your second point, because that is where we can do much more, I think, in making predictability practical. What we now have done, also in the car package, but more broadly in steel, is making sure we create a market for cleaner products. That in the end is going to be to the advantage of everyone, because prices will go down as you produce more volume. And that should be the way forward in many industries. Now, you cannot do that by regulation, and that's one of the things, one of the levers we're currently pulling in steel. But we're going to make that broader. The other thing I'm absolutely determined to do is leverage the full power of the purse of the government. If you were to add up what local, regional, national, and EU levels are spending, is roughly 15%, 1/5 of European GDP. So it's huge. And now typically in our procurement processes, the main driver that we're hunting is lowest possible price. Well, that's not the...
Okay, I might have sent you a question up front, but I'd rather ask another question.
Uh-oh, that's dangerous.
No, so, you know, together with Yara, we are developing the first full-fledged CO2 storage on the Norwegian continental shelf. And very much we base that investment decision on the EU ETS system. And I'm a bit rocked or shocked by the discussion we've had here today, where a lot of people have challenged that system. So I'm curious to ask you, what are you going to do with this information that has been shared with you today? And how can we anticipate a predictable EU ETS system going forward?
Yeah. So let me just say a couple of things. First, there's no perfect policy tool, but the ETS is precisely the type of market-based system that many in this audience and I myself would have argued for if it wouldn't be there. You would have argued for, could we make something that is market-based and that makes sense. And I think, I mean, I'm more than happy to have conversations on how we can make it better. But I think we do need to continue with it. It has, for many industries, and particularly for those who have invested, it has delivered remarkable results. Where is it not perfect? It is not perfect in part of the quid pro quo. Because some companies have invested heavily. Others, and I said it with all empathy, others have basically enjoyed the free allowances but have done little with it. And then of course you can have a conversation about where was the market, but I think more initiative and more working together on that is hugely important. Second thing, and that is what President von der Leyen has said earlier today as well, part of this engine, the idea behind the engine was that the billions we have created, because we're talking over the course of the years, we're talking about roughly 250, 260 billion euros. It goes back to member states. And solidarity is baked into that system, so the less affluent member states get more than the richer ones. And the idea was that they would then invest that together with you in the clean transition. And if you then do the numbers, you will find that only a very small proportion of that money, less than 10%, is landing where the idea was it would land. I'm not saying that not many of the other policy priorities are important, but if we have these summits, and if we're talking about this industrial transformation, and we're talking about having not just private money but also public money on the table, then actually we do have the engine. So let's make sure it works. Marco has left the building, huh? Oh no, there's Marco. Sorry,
right
sorry
here,
Marco.
But unfortunately, it's a pity we have to wrap up for time. Am I right, Marco?
Yes, I'm rather sorry, but the French president is very close. And I'm apologizing to you for that squeeze in our timing. That means that very soon those who think they believe they sit on the front chairs are not, because 2 rows of chairs will be rolled in. Apologize to that. I would like to give the last word to the Commissioner indeed for a final statement. Before I say we're very grateful you're here, this is a Commissioner you can do business with, who also sounds like a businessman. I'm not sure that's a compliment in the Berlaymont, but we really believe we can
have that conversation. So, and thanks very much, Marco, because I think there are a couple of things we have to acknowledge and we also have to address, because otherwise we cannot leave. I was already clear about what in my view, we do need to do in the domain of fertilizers. That's hugely important that we work together there much more. There are at least 2 other domains, but I don't want to exclude anyone, so if you feel that we should follow up, the door is always open. But there are 2 other areas where I think that is hugely important. One is clean tech, and I know or a couple of you were preparing questions on this. If you think about this transition, we have no alternative than to have grids investments in renewables, also investments in nuclear, for which I've been fighting the whole last year, and making sure we double down on batteries. So the whole wave of clean tech is hugely important. I know a couple of you wanted to have that conversation. We are very much looking into this to push this higher up the agenda of the Commission. That's the second one. The third one is, of course, chemicals. And I do think we need to have a conversation on facts. I do think we need to acknowledge the broader structural situation in the industry. And many of you know the industry much better than I do. Because there is the issue of asset age. There is the issue of energy prices, which are very high. There is the issue with which I'm having a constant but complicated dialogue with European finance ministers. We need to wrap up. Okay. And of course, then there are discussions about what we can do together. Let's have that dialogue. Let's work together on what type of arrangement pushes up investments in Europe as of today. Thank you very much, and very much looking forward to the rest of the conversation.
Thank you.
Can I get the chairs in? Huh? Dankjewel. Was weer goed?
Mogen wij zo'n sessie voor jou doen met meer industriemensen?
Ja. Nee, laten we dat doen. Dat lijkt mij hartstikke leuk. En laten we even... Ga je dit volgende?
Philip, you want to sit here? There's a few gentlemen who got an email yesterday saying you will be seated on the front rows. If you can take your seat indeed. Mr. Keren, Mr. Klarenval, Madam Itzma, Mr. Kamit is coming, Mr. Vasiliadis, Mr. Diebendale, Mr. Luzo, Mr. de Singli, Madame Smets, Mr. Michiels.
Alfani.
Ms. Alfani, perfect. If you can please get seated as soon as you can. Mr. Sejourné, your seat is here.
Non, il est invité à une discussion avec Madame Cadry.
Go sit, no worries.
C'est Madame
Ja.
Cadry.
Super. Pak een stoel daarachter. Ja. Sorry, I don't speak. The second row is for the French delegation. Yes, so you can sit. Sorry. Indeed, if the last people would mind taking their seat, then I think we're ready. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask your attention and welcome the President of France, Mr. Macron, together with the Prime Minister of Belgium. Please give them an applause. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Please.
Bonjour, messieurs, dames.
Ilham, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. I think we continue our dialogue with key stakeholders and important leaders as policymakers, and I know that We have broken some records here in Antwerp. In 2024, we were 73 people, small community. We call it at that time the chemical industry gathering, and last year we were 400, and this year is 600, including our social partners, the whole value chain. This is not about chemicals anymore. This is the European industrial community gathering, and even many workers we celebrated. So thank you again for coming. I have the honor to open another round of conversation and dialogue, and the best person to really welcome our special guest today is the Prime Minister De Wever. So please, Prime Minister, we are here in your hometown, which is just fabulous, in a beautiful Antwerp Stock Exchange building, a second year in a row. So thank you again for having us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, rebonjour. Monsieur le Président, it's a bit unnatural to speak English to you, but it's the language we have chosen, so I'm honored to welcome you here in Antwerp, home to Europe's largest integrated maritime industrial cluster and the world's second largest petrochemical cluster. It's a key engine for many of this continent's industrial value chains. Antwerp is also a major gateway to France, to Germany, and the vast European hinterland. And this has made Antwerp important as a city and as a port throughout history. This is not Antwerp bragging, because that would be totally out of character for somebody from Antwerp. It is simply a fact. And it is a fact that many great empires have coveted our strategic location. A famous 19th century French general, who became later the emperor, is even claimed to have described Antwerp's port as a pistolet braqué sur le cœur d'Angleterre, a pistol pointed at the heart of England. This references to our strategic importance. Dear friends, today there is a pistol pointed at the heart of Europe, at the heart of our industry and at our competitiveness. Almost nowhere in Europe this issue is more apparent than here in Antwerp. The Antwerp industrial cluster is a barometer of the European economy. We are the canary in the coal mine. And right now, our indicators are flashing deep red. Investments are being shelved due to high energy prices and cumbersome, lengthy permitting procedures. Business models are under severe pressure from predatory commercial practices by third countries. And when I say third countries, we all know I'm talking about China. This is why the European industry has called for this convention, these États généraux, as they would have been called during the Ancien Régime, as a distress signal and as a clear appeal to Europe's decision makers. The time to act is now, or rather tomorrow, when European leaders come together to debate on the future of Europe's competitiveness in Aldenbiesen. Your presence here, Monsieur le Président, sends an important message. It tells our industry leaders that their existential concerns are being heard and that you will carry them with you into the strategic discussions we will have with each other tomorrow. Sometimes years pass while Europe makes little progress. I believe now is the time to prove that we can also achieve great progress in the span of months. Now is the time to work together. Now is the time for a turning point. Un tournant décisif. Our industry, our economy and our prosperity depend on it. Monsieur le Président, we look forward to hearing your thoughts. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister De Wever. Monsieur le Président, first and foremost, welcome. Really happy and glad to welcome you as not only as a Belgium industrial leader, but as a French citizen. So we are very happy to have you. Welcome to our Antwerp community. We were not all here, but it's expanding. And as I told you, we went from 73 to 400 to 600. So this is massive, right? This is really the industry. And this is, by the way, people, and I read the press this morning, this is not a political event. I truly believe this is an industrial event. events, talking to politicians and policymakers, because we cannot do it alone and without the dialogue. So the first Antwerp Declaration, I remember it in 2024, was a call for action, le cri du cœur, right? And we could see it coming. The second year, last year, was more of, we received the clean industrial deal, we had hopes, and we could see that things are progressing. Yet, you know, in between, there was Draghi reports and LETA and all of this. We didn't see much progress, and I give you a few data points because I know you are analytical and you like facts. 10% of the European industrial capacity, chemical capacity, has shut down, up to 10%. There are jobs, and I think Marcus, our leader and presidents of the civic said that 100,000 of jobs are at risk today, right? Number one. Number two, the energy prices and costs, you know them, didn't change much. The red tapes, I know there is a will. We didn't yet see the way how to get, rid of the red tapes and help the industry to accelerate its permitting, etc., and the burden. The Made to Europe, I know you are vocal and probably we're going to talk about it. We'll take it in the Q&A. What does it mean? How we're going to do it? Which strategic value chains? We didn't see yet a consensus. And we spent a few hours with Madam President Ursula von der Leyen, right? And she got a listing of proposals, initiatives. And I think what we heard as well, she cannot do it alone. She needs the parliaments and member of states. And this is what is different in Antwerp today, is that we welcome you, right? We are welcoming Chancellor Merz after. So we want member of states, we want the key stakeholders, and I know you are meeting tomorrow, to tell us how they are going to collectively support the industry. So without any further ado, Mr. President, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Merci, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Sherba. Mr. Vice President of the Commission, members of Parliament, commissioners, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, for welcoming us, not just as a Prime Minister, but in the heart of your heart, if I may say. And you mentioned Napoleon, and you mentioned as well this États généraux, and in France we know that when we launch États généraux it could be a good signal, but even if you never know how it will finish. But at the end of the day we need them today. I think I will go straight to the point because you started your work with President von der Leyen and had a lot of exchange with our commissioners, and Chancellor of Austria and Prime Minister already expressed themselves. We know pretty much the situation in Europe, and both Draghi report and LETA report, I think, framed our common thoughts just after pandemic, and the necessity clearly to work very hard on our competitiveness. But I would say on top of that, we had a big acceleration of history. And we started to deliver on the basis of the Draghi report and the LETA report. Sometimes it's too slow, as a few people say, but it's clearly the Commission, and probably President von der Leyen explained to you this morning that she started to launch a series of omnibus initiative with the Vice President and the Commissioner, but we need the Parliament, and it's still too slow if you refer to Draghi and LETA report. But on top of that, we had an acceleration of at least three factors. One, which was already on track for Draghi report, energy cost. You mentioned it. And in fact, cheap Russian energy stopped in 2022, and there is no way back. And this is the first point to be taken into consideration. And we didn't properly fix this issue till now. Second, we thought that China would remain a supermarket for us and for our exports. And this situation is over. 2025 is the first year during which Germany, which was the main exporter of Eurozone and the European economy, had a trade deficit with China. It never happened before. And it's clear that during the past 2 years, we were overwhelmed by the Chinese exports towards the European market. And this is a total reverse of our history. And the third point is that the United States, our ally, is also increasingly confrontational. And post-Draghi report, what happened? Tariffs. But not just tariff, a series of economic coercion mechanisms on pharma, and a lot of other topics, on Greenland, on the Board of Peace, a lot of threats, sector by sector. And of Russia as a permanent provider of low-cost energy, and of China as a main export market to make them our main competitor, and especially for car makers, especially for key sectors of our competitiveness. And third, having the US now putting tariff on our economy and coercion mechanism, this is a game changer. And this is why it's not just a transition. And none of this new factor will change on the short run. This is not a temporary shock. This is clearly a structural turning point. And we have several options. The first one is to wait, or to remain quite slow, to make incremental change, and to do what we've done during the past decades. The consequence of this option would be slow decline. The second one is to try to compromise with those who are trying to kill our economy, what I call the happy vassalization. I'm not even sure it will be happy. Another one is a wake-up, but with a clear acceleration, and we need a new scale and new speed in our approach in order to stop with the fragmentation, weakening, and probably the humiliation of Europe. And this way forward, which is, according to me, the only one we could defend and advocate, is to make Europe an independent power. Not just being a single market, but an economic power, meaning protecting our producer, defending our producer, and deciding to protect as well our own markets, and building our strategic independence. If Europe wants to remain an industrial power, we must preserve your key sectors, obviously chemistry, which is the industry of the industry, but all the sectors you gathered in this room, in this booth, and because if we lose our capacity to produce critical molecules, these key elements of our economy, we will totally lose our capacity to have our own defense capabilities, our pharmaceutical supply, our agriculture, or to deliver our own green transition. This is why I really consider that your Antwerp declaration in 2024 marked a turning point, but this is why I really believe we have to deliver a new agenda. And for me, this agenda is based on 4 pillars. The 2 first ones, I would say, are largely shared. Simplification and deepening of the single market, the first one. And clearly, this is all about implementation and speed. The second one is diversification of our trade partnerships and de-risking, remaining necessary. The third one is protection and European preference. And the fourth one is massive investment and innovation. And we need 4 of them if we want to be credible and deliver an holistic approach for our European industry. First, simplification. What we need is a stronger single market. And thinking at scale, I would say. The single market at 450 million consumers must become Europe's primary instrument of power, resilience, and competitiveness. This requires a change of mindset from fragmentation to scale, from national reflexes to European ambition. So we have an agenda in order to deliver this improvement of the single market, and I don't want to be too detailed, but I just want to flag one or 2 sectors. And obviously the first one is energy. When we built a single market, we decided not to make a single market on energy, telco, and finance. I mean, for relevant reasons at the time. It was 40 years ago. But on energy, clearly today, this is a weakness. Energy is the backbone of European industry, and you mentioned the impact of the post-2022 situation. And let's be honest, Europe cannot defend ambitious climate objectives while allowing its industrial base to disappear. High energy prices, combined with carbon costs, are accelerating deindustrialization and not decarbonization. So we must therefore act on several fronts. First, energy prices. We must deliver a genuine energy union, capable of providing stable, predictable and competitive energy to industry. This means massive investment in energy grids and interconnections, long-term contracts, and I would say, in fact, what we have to build, it's very simple. We have to build an integrated European grid to provide the free circulation of low-carbon electrons. What we have to offer to the industrials is to have long-term contracts with full visibility with the pricing for low-carbon electron. And sometimes it will be low-carbon electron provided by offshore wind close to here, solar energy in Spain, or nuclear energy in France, depending on the moment of the year and your needs. What we have to fix is the fragmentation of our market by building this infrastructure and a single regulation and integration of our national grids and regulation. It also means recognizing that different member states have different energy mixes. And the other points, and we started to fix it, but we lost a lot of time with that, we need technological neutrality. Until last year, we were incapable to have technological neutrality. And as long as we differentiated renewable, nuclear, and so on, it was a stupidity. Because what we need is to provide on our soil low-carbon, pilotable energy. So tech neutrality, integration of our grids, and clearly integration of a common energy market. In this regard, France has clear advantage due to our model and the existing model with the nuclear energy and so on. But we need the interconnections, and we want to step up at the European scale. This is a very important answer. This is a structural one. But let's be honest, we have to accelerate and do our best. But it will not fix your situation in 6 months' time. The second approach is with CBAM. The Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism is a necessary tool, but only if it works in practice. And when we enforce it, it's a super important instrument. Because it's clearly what we advocated. It's a mirror clause. I was yesterday with ArcelorMittal facility in Dunkirk. CBAM is the only way to prevent circumvention and not to create new vulnerabilities. And because we have CBAM for steel, they decided to invest in Europe. Without CBAM, it's over. No chance to preserve our steel industry without implementing CBAM. This requires robust default values, rapid identification of high-risk country product pairs, and a swift extension to relevant downstream products, particularly in chemical value chains. So decarbonization must become a driver of competitiveness, not a vector of industrial decline, and it's extremely important. And beyond CBAM, what we need, and it's the same if we take REACH as a regulation for the chemical industry, mirror clause. As long as we put additional regulation to our industries, we have to be sure that we reflect them and mirror them to the non-European industries. Otherwise, we have to kill our regulation to our own players, because it's just meaning that our over-regulation, our decarbonization strategy is the killer for our industry. I want to insist on one point in this regard, predictability. And this is absolutely key for our industrial partners. You need stable and predictable regulation. Shall we look at the emissions trading system mechanism? It must support decarbonization in the long run, but without undermining competitiveness, with predictability. Carbon leakage must be avoided at all costs. And for energy-intensive industries such as chemistry, uncertainty is as damaging as high prices. So providing visibility and predictability is key. On simplification, I said it many times, now Europe must deliver. quickly and credibly. We have 10 omnibus packages. They have to be clearly implemented in the current year. And the stock of EU legislation must be reviewed to eliminate inconsistencies, redundancies, and unnecessary burdens. Simplification to provide clarity, predictability, and speed. This is a key point. I could revert, but we'll have Q&A on the 28th regime on what we have to do in the different sectors, but it's the first pillar. The second pillar is trade diversification and de-risking. Europe must continue to pursue balanced and mutual beneficial trade partnerships, but trade policy must now become a strategic tool to reduce dependencies and vulnerabilities. This is particularly true for critical raw materials and strategic inputs. Despite dozens of trade and mineral agreements, Europe remains dangerously exposed. So we must move from agreements on paper to concrete projects on the ground. This means supporting extraction, processing and refining capacity, investing in recycling and traceability, and building strategic reserves, including a European stockpile of critical materials. But in this diversification and de-risking, rare earths and critical minerals are absolutely one of the key issues where we have to diversify our partnership, where we have to increase as well our circular solution, but build a European capacity and try to negotiate. And the G7 we will share this year will be a good framework to try to cooperate with other economies. I think about Canada particularly, but clearly we have to de-risk our economy on that. The third pillar is about investment and innovation. And I want to insist on that because in the short run it's absolutely necessary to accelerate in terms of investment on strategic technologies. On artificial intelligence, quantum computing, robotics, space, defense, clean tech, biotech, chemistry, chips, etc., etc. We are at the beginning of a big revolution where both China and the US, privately and publicly, are investing much more than we are doing. We are lagging behind, let's be honest, when you look at the figures. It was very clear in Draghi reports. And on top of that, you could clearly add defense and security as a series of key sectors where there is a big acceleration of investment. Europe must be a technological maker and not just a regulator, which will require both private and public investment. This is why the next EU budget from 2028 to 2034 must significantly strengthen Europe's financial firepower. It will be our discussion this year. But this is why we have to activate much more private money. In terms of saving, we are number one in the world. Europe's savings amount to nearly 30 trillion euros. But this is overinvested in the bond market, underinvested on equity and innovation. And every year, around 300 billion flow from Europe to finance the American economy are leaving our continent. So what we have to do in order to do so? First, we have to deliver the securitization program proposed by the Commission. We need a big acceleration. This is the only way to take the money from the balance sheet of banks and insurance, which I want here just to remind you, it's 75% of the financing of our economy. We have to take with the securitization program a big amount of money to rechannel it to the financing of equity and innovation. Second, acceleration of the capital market union. It's a game changer. And we have to accelerate this year, and for me 26 is the year where we have to finalize all the text. If we do the same as what we did with the banking union, we have no chance to be credible. It took us 10 years not even to finish the job. 26, we have to finalize the job, and at the middle of this year, if we don't progress, we should consider to do it with a few member states, and clearly to have enhanced cooperation if we are unable to deliver at 27. But on top of that, we have to invest much more public money. Our budget, obviously, but this is why I propose to make Eurobond for the future. Why? Because nobody wants to put more money from the national scale to increase the European budget. There is no room to increase the European budget with additional taxes. And if I say we will increase the ETS1 or ETS2, I don't think I will be consistent with my former points. So it's not a good room to maneuver. We have no space. So the only way to increase the common budget is to make common issuance on the market. And guess what? We are under-leveraged at the aggregated level. Kristalina Georgieva came and pitched in front of the European Commission. If you look, both China and the US, they have much more leverage than the Europeans. We have to fix our own national situation in terms of public finance, because it's how to deal with our social model. This is a national issue. But at the European level, we have to invest for our future and for our industry. If we want to have the right level of investment on space, defense and security, clean tech, AI and quantum, and to transform the productivity and competitiveness, the only way is to have common issuance of debt. Because we are under-leveraged and because there is a clear demand on the market for new paper. All the big pockets of this world want to diversify their portfolio from the dollar. And they are looking for safe and liquid assets. And a common euro debt is a very good, a very safe, but not a sufficiently liquid asset today. So we have to remember progressively the several issues we made in the past few years, ESM, safe programs, what we did during the COVID time with the first emission. So we need a European treasury to have just one common basket for this emission and more depth and more consistency. But we have clearly the ability to issue common debt to finance this common investment. It's not financing the past mistakes, but it's financing our future. Why? Because if we are not able to be in the race with the US and China in the coming 5 years, we have no chance to deliver our agenda. My last point is about protection and European preference. And I know that when a French guy says protection, some people want to hear protectionism. No. I mean, it's not my political DNA. I don't believe in protectionism. But I don't believe in such a naive continent where we are the only one in this world not to protect the local producers. Go to China. No chance one of you has even the equal opportunities with a Chinese player. Go to the US. On the North American market, no chance that none of you has the same chance as a local producer. They have local preference. They have local content being secured in a lot of sectors. Sometimes they even impose you to have a local partner in your JVs. Look at Europe. So many times we invest and finance non-European solutions. We are crazy. Literally. So we started to react, and this is why when the Commission started these inquiries on Europe and on EVs, it was normal. It was just restoring level playing field. It was not a protectionist approach. It was just to say, it's clear that some of these EV producers are over-subsidized. It was not a tariff across the board, but just to say, we will restore level playing field. It worked. Look at the figures. It decreased right after, because it was unfair. But it's not sufficient. We started to do some protections with this, clearly, this first action of the Commissions, with these inquiries on EVs, with the safeguard clause on steel, with the recent guidelines on the automotive sector. But we have a big issue today. We are too slow. A lot of you probably ask for inquiries in order to trigger safeguard measures. But it takes sometimes 18 months to 24 months to the Commission. I mean, it's sufficient for your challenger to kill you. I mean, you know that on a daily basis. When you have a Chinese challenger based on other subsidies, making price at 20–30% under your price, if 2 years later the Commission says, you were right, but you are dead, I mean, thank you, God. I'm happy I was right. It's over. So we have to accelerate and need much more swiftly process for these inquiries, clearly. But I think we have to go further. We need this European preference. We have to secure on strategic sectors a minimum percentage of European content in order to protect a systemic value chain-based approach. This is the only way not to be reactive. I was yesterday in Dunkirk with Arcelor, I mentioned it. We saved them with safeguard laws. We took a lot of measures. Thanks to the French nuclear energy, we did what I hope we will do at the European scale in a few years' time, long-term contracts with low cost for energy-intensive business. But look at the situation. If the automotive sectors decide to buy Chinese steel, it's over in 3 to 5 years' time for these guys. And the same guys we saved vis-à-vis China when they were competitors, they want to build their competitiveness with their suppliers. And they go to the Chinese for their suppliers in order to reduce the costs. This is what we are doing by the lack of solidarity sometimes in some value chains in Europe. So let's be honest, if you want to preserve jobs in this continent, if you want to preserve our social models, if you want to speak about semiconductors, chemical industry, etc., we have to preserve and define, by design, European content. And to say in some critical sectors, we need a minimum percentage of European content. This is extremely important. And let's be honest, on the short run, for some of your sectors, this is the most efficient approach. If we don't have sufficiently credible measures on the short run, everything I mentioned before, it will take time. Let's imagine we will deliver the capital market union this year. Before the money will come to your pocket, it will take a few years. Let's imagine we will deliver the simplification. It will take time. We have to urge and accelerate on all these issues. But protection is just the only way to preserve the industrial footprint we have today. I want us to deliver the next generation with the investment package. But we are clearly in emergency mode. This is why we need that. And if we are not sufficiently and collectively efficient, perhaps for some sectors, we will have to take some tariffs across the board measures in order to deliver this agenda. But look at your sector. Because of energy costs and over subsidies in China, 10%, but this is just the beginning. And look at the different sectors under such a pressure. So sorry, I was too long, but I spoke with passion. But I decided to come here first because I love the Prime Minister of this country and I know he loves this city, so I took this commitment. But second, because I clearly share this feeling of emergency. We cannot wait. We have to accelerate our decisions, and tomorrow will be key in our retreat. But we have to take very short-term measures, and sometimes some of these measures were not part of our DNA. But we are living totally different new times. So we have to accept to deliver some critical measures, not very familiar with the classical European toolkit, because we are living different times. Emergency mode. So let's move and let's act. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it deserves a round of applause indeed. He was passionate, Mr. President, as usual. Straightforward. You gave us a lot of food for thought. I'm not sure we're going to cover it all. So I'll start the first question when we try to get raised hands. I think I was intrigued by, well, first of all, congratulations. I read it just a few months ago that France in the consecutive sixth year is the first destination for FDI in Europe. Yeah. Wow. So what's your secret?
Because first we had a lot to recover before, so
that's humble. That's humble. It's good.
But we've been #1 in attractiveness in Europe during the past 6 years. I mean, it was based on first labor market reforms, attractive package with a flat tax, and we design a very simple approach in order to accelerate investment. So we were non-competitive in terms of taxation on capital. So we just put ourselves, I would say, on the average on Europe with something very simple than the flat tax in 2017. Second, we were not competitive on labor costs and labor regulations, so we fixed it. And third, we identified the fact that on top of regulations and taxes, simplicity and acceleration was key. So we designed a series of processes where we accelerate, and we have a tailor-made approach for the foreign investors. So this is how we attracted in several sectors, and we started to reindustrialize the country. I have to say that France desindustrialized much more than Germany, Italy, or others 20 years ago and 15 years ago. So we are recovering because we are at a different point in the cycle, so we have to be humble. And this is why we are as well, we are clearly suffering less on the short run of the effect I just mentioned, because we were less exposed, because we were less good 15 or 20 years ago. But we are all in total solidarity, because if you kill the chemical sector in Germany or North Italy or Austria, it's bad for everybody. So this is how we build this attractiveness strategy. And this is how probably something which is consistent with what I mentioned with protection. I think what we have to do is to convince some of our key challengers not to sell just their products, but to come to invest in Europe. And I think this is a game changer. And this is what we started to do with the US, to say, we don't want just to buy your solutions, but we want you, for instance, to build here your solutions, your data centers, your computing capacities. So we had 109 billion commitments last year. And to the Chinese as well, to say, we want tech transfer and investment, because on some competences, you are super good. Yeah. But if we have, and if we deliver this European preference and this European content, this is extremely attractive, because you can go to the China and to say, if you come to Europe, you are part of the European landscape. So you will be eligible to this European preference. Come, invest, and make the tech transfer, because we need it. So it's not, it's how you can articulate attractiveness and protection.
And indeed, you are doing it in Europe, attracting Chinese. I mean, before we open the floor, maybe Marco, when you speak about the EU, the single market, the ambition to unify, etc. And when we hear the Commission, they said, well, often we do omnibuses, for example, like for chemicals, we go hours, but when it goes to Parliament, it's not voted. There may be one voice out of the 27 who may block the 26 or the 10. That's number one. So, and when we meet CEOs and industrial leaders, we just wonder, are you going to have this Greenland moment, I will call it, in Davos, where we felt Europe is behind something, right? Because it's as important, right? And what's going on. We are deindustrializing the Europe. So what does it take for you guys tomorrow to agree, and if there are disagreements, to prioritize and level it and say, this is good for Europe? And there may be people not satisfied, but in a way, it's not a democracy.
First, I think tomorrow we will agree on that. The difficulty is not one or two member states around the table blocking the others. It's much more in the discussion with the parliament, with sensitivities and political groups, and the fact that it takes time. So I think it's totally doable if we manage to share and convey this feeling of emergency. And as you know, I'm a big fan of our Europe and European Union, and a big fan to change it. But I think we can be reasonably and seriously optimistic, because when I look at the past 15 years, we did very bad during the financial crisis. Why? Because we remained divided between North and South, and we were super slow. And it took us 5 to 8 years to fix the financial crisis, when the US, which triggered, by the way, this financial crisis, fixed it in 1 year, max. it killed a lot of growth and opportunities for our continent. But on the other side, if you take COVID and war in Ukraine, we were extremely fast and we fixed the situation very rapidly. March 2020, beginning of the COVID pandemic. May 2020, Franco-German summit to decide common debt issuance for the recovery plan. July 2020, common summit, big emergency, 3 days. We delivered the package, 750 billion common issuance to fix the situation. February 2022, the war in Ukraine, it took us 2 days to take the first sanctions and the first package of support of Ukraine. Why? Because in these two cases, we had clearly the feeling we were in front of a symmetric shock hurting all of us and a clear emergency. We were very bad during the financial crisis because we had the feeling it was an asymmetric shock hurting just the over-indebted countries. What is important today is to be sure that what we are living on our industry is a symmetric shock killing all the countries. If everybody is lucid on the fact that this is a shock and not a transition, it's going super fast, and it's hurting everybody at the same scale and same speed, we can deliver this agenda. The problem is that, till now, too many countries or political parties have the feeling that they can still, in a sort of normal business mode. It is a big mistake. And when I speak, for instance, about common debt, I don't speak about France. But if we are not able to invest in the key sectors, it's a killer for the small economies. For the smaller countries, they have no fiscal room, no capacity to deliver these common issues. So it means either we will not deliver, not invest in common, because we will go back to the fiscal national space, and they don't have it. So this is a common interest. So my conviction is we have clearly to convey the message that we are in emergency mode. This is a symmetric shock for all the economies, and we are close to be too late. So now, action mode.
Yeah, and count on us to give you all the data to show you that the industry, absolutely.
So on the omnibus, to make it short, I think all the omnibus package being prepared, plus the Industrial Accelerator Act, which is to be issued in the days to come, next week, okay, as the Vice President says it, I think we have clearly to reshape the agenda and deliver in the weeks and months to come.
Well, thank you.
And commit all together and put our parliamentary group together to say, okay, it's a new world, guys, if we don't make a big move forward.
So that's light in the tunnel, guys. So let's take Q&A from the floor. Marco, can you help?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mrs. Ietsma, I've remembered all your pictures from my heart, but I've cheated a bit. There you go.
Yes, thank you so much. Monsieur le Président, thank you so much for your passionate speech and interventions also on the energy sector. I'm here to represent Siemens Energy today, and we hear a lot in your speech that we recognize. What we see in practice for the energy sector, and you spend a lot of on it at the first part of your speech, then when we talked about the preferred in Europe, not yet so much. And we see as an energy sector, we're doing a lot to invest in new technologies to really make our system more secure, more resilient. We see European Union and member states investing a lot in innovation, things like green hydrogen projects, small modular reactors and power plants. But at the same time, when it goes into practice, the hydrogen electrolyzers, for example, we do see these suppliers from third countries strongly undercutting the European manufacturers. So first of all, we want to show the support and say, really, what can we do in those new industries and really the things where we have the intellectual property here in Europe to ensure that that taxpayer money actually does flow into the hydrogen, the SMRs, the power plants that have supported the supply chain in Europe. What can we do, and also what can we do as business to support you there?
You're perfectly right. It's a perfect example if we take green hydrogen on what we should deliver. First, simplification. If you take hydrogen, this is a new market. A few years ago, we started to frame this market at the European scale. And imagine, what did we do? we decided to fragment this market by design. We did a crazy thing once again. Why? Because we were divided amongst member states due to our national energy schemes. And especially because we were divided between France and Germany on the nuclear. This is why we took a series of red regulations to regulate the hydrogen, to say you should have the X percentage of renewable to produce this hydrogen, Y percentage of nuclear, even nuclear was not quoted, because we were not in line. We create something super complicated. We have to simplify the hydrogen regulation, number one. It should be part of this omnibus, and we push for that, in order to have a single, super easy hydrogen regulation at the European scale, being produced and based on tech neutrality. Tech neutrality and energy neutrality is key. I don't care it's a renewable coming from Belgium, Netherlands, Denmark, or Spain, or nuclear energy in Europe. I do prefer when it's low carbon, when it's competitive, and when it is produced on the European soil. If you take these three criteria, full stop. Whatever the technology will be, let's make it even simpler. We didn't do so. We did the opposite. So first point on hydrogen, simplification based on this criteria. Second point, European content. European content on hydrogen is key, because what you say is the perfect truth. Countries and some big industrials are buying some of non-European solutions. At the same time, we are financing investment in European solutions. And they are as efficient, both of them. This, for instance, American solutions were subsidized by the American taxpayers. Super good news for them. They are competitive, they enter in the market, and they are treated exactly like a European solution. There is no European preference at the equivalent level of innovation. If you put a European content and European preference, you preserve this advantage. First, you preserve the first investment we made in order to deliver innovation. And second, you guarantee that when you have a mechanism where we put the European taxpayer money, it is to be channeled in priority towards European players. This is exactly what we did on the automotive sectors with the recent regulation. And I think it was a good move, favoring European green steel, for instance. We have to do the same on hydrogen. And the third point is investment. If we want to be in the race on green hydrogen, but as well SMRs and so on, all the new generation on nuclear, the level of investment and public investment as well is huge. We cannot pretend just to have private money. And if you look at the US, you have a lot of private money in the US on the nuclear energy, but you have a lot of public money. If I take energy, it's true. If I take space, it's true. Everybody is fascinated by Starlink. I'm super happy. But if you are lucid, Mr. Musk is probably one of the guys of the world who had in his pockets the most billion, we had $1 billion of the American taxpayers in order to be subsidized. Elon Musk is first an over-subsidized guy by the federal agency in the US. Good news. He's super innovative. And it became competitive thanks to this American approach. It was financed by public money and private money, but a big bunch of Department of Defense among them. Second, it was preserved by an American preference, if you take the institutional launch for space industry, and it became competitive and came to our market. If we don't do the same for our own players, meaning European preference in space for the institutional launching, in your sector, to buy green hydrogen when you have a European solution or European SMRs for industry. And if we don't have the right level of European public investment to have this type of federal program to put a lot of money, no chance we will be in the race. And we are super naive just to consider it's a startup among the others. It's totally bullshit. I mean, it was largely prepared, and it's a political program with a lot of public money. So on these key sectors of innovation, we need much more public money. This is why we need, I think, this common issuance, because today we are not equipped to do so in order to invest in your sector. Energy is one of these drivers. So simplification on green hydrogen and other key points to go faster and be tech neutral. European preference and European content to be designed to be sure that we protect you and we favor your growth. And third, common, Eurobond to finance innovation in the critical sectors, and especially hydrogen and nuclear.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That's very intriguing, by the way, the investments and the bond you are proposing. Yeah, I mean, the light is getting closer, at least for hydrogen, with the soup of color, right? We'll manage. Another question?
Do we have time for two final questions?
Yeah, two more. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Sobo.
Monsieur le Président, Alexandre Sobo, representative of the French industry. Thank you for your speech and your constant attention to the industry, but in this very difficult period, we need more than word, we need decision. European industry is squeezed between the West, where we have an unfair or an unbalanced trade agreement with the US, 20% devaluation of the dollar, and a very cheap gas price, just to seek a few examples. On the East side, we have China, who is now threatening more than 70% of our European industry with subsidies, huge capacity of production, and low labor cost. And all that is surrounded by a nice European organization that is still over-regulating everything. The pace of over-regulation has not reduced, despite all what the announcement. If you look at the reality for industrial implementation of Draghi and Letta report, speed is close to standstill. 2 years ago, omnibus were announced. I know that all the industrial went on board of the omnibus, hoping for simplification of our life, even knowing that an omnibus is not the fastest train that exists. But today we are all scared that it could reach its destination with no one alive on board. So with desindustrialization going very fast, how can we wake up industry? How can we apply mirror clause with much more efficiency? Just a single proposal. Instead of putting pressure on industry on mirror clause, we say we cannot apply any EU regulation on manufacturer before EU can secure that any product coming in apply to the regulation. And how do you intend to put with us pressure on EU to have all those changes implementing fast? Because we're all at risk. Thank you.
We'll take the other question, Mr. President, and then we'll come back if you can, get the other question.
We found an American CEO who invests in France, so we thought that was a perspective as well.
President Macron, thank you very much for your inspiring words. My name is Sean Cohane. I'm with Cabot Corporation. We're, as Marco said, a U.S. chemical company with a long and proud history here in Europe. And so I first want to thank you for France's strong support for strategic industrial projects, including our project for an energy center in Port Jerome, together with the industrial cluster. I think that's a very important message. My question really is, how do you see the balance being calibrated between supportive investment frameworks, as we've seen in France, along with the urgent need for relief on EU ETS free allocation, which is, again, has a risk of undermining the very investment framework that's required? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we start with the first one.
I mean, both of them are linked. Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you for your words and your commitment, both of you in different conditions. I think, as you mentioned, ETS, it's clear that we have today an issue with energy costs, our competitiveness, and as I mentioned, we cannot have this situation on energy costs, plus the mechanism we put on the table, which are clearly hurting a lot of economies. I speak from a country which is not in the same situation as a lot of others because I mean, due to our nuclear energy basis, I'm definitely less impacted than a lot of other economies. But if I take the Polish, the Slovakians, the Czechs, I mean, and we are all together in an integrated economic area, it's clear that ETS1 has a lot of impacts. This is why we propose some, I don't want to be too technical, but we have several measures to take it. I think killing ETS1 or releasing it would be a mistake because you create unpredictability and you create a lot of dilemmas, especially vis-à-vis those who made the effort. So it's counterproductive. And I think it would be a huge mistake for the Europeans to say competitiveness means killing the Green Deal and the Green Agenda. I think it's honestly a stupidity for us because it's part of our competitiveness at the end of this transition. We have to make it compatible and without demagogy. So we should probably, and we have some technicality, which is to front-load all the ETS proceeds and to use them to accompany and to help the key countries we are very impacted, and especially projects to accelerate the decarbonization. This is what we have to do. Those who are super impacted by the ETS mechanism today are those who are too slow or too far in the transition. What we have to do is not to leave them alone, is to help them to accelerate by making additional process. So we should probably use that to front-load these proceeds and to invest them in this transition. As for your point on how to deliver and to be much more concrete, for me the first point is the situation politically is largely different from even 1 year ago. 1 year ago, when I pushed for this agenda, we were much more divided, I can tell you. I think we have today much more consensus on European preference. I mean, Ursula von der Leyen backed this agenda a few days ago, probably she reiterated today. So I think we are progressing in the level of consensus of some of these measures. But to be very concrete, for me, I will tell and share with my colleagues tomorrow, but we have 6 months. If by end of June, on the dozen of omnibus plus capital market union, we didn't deliver, we have to make a big stop and build enhanced cooperation. We have to change the method. It means that this method doesn't work. So for me, I will put us, and I would like all of us to put ourselves in an emergency mode to say we have 6 months to deliver everything which is identified where there is no discussion, no divergence, and to say, okay, we have to deliver for this date and provide 100% of the visibility. Second, I totally agree with you that at the same time we have to strengthen the credibility of our controls and the solidity of our custom union. It was all the debate we had with our agriculture on Mercosur. There was no mirror clause. Exactly what you say is the problem we had on Mercosur with agriculture. No mirror clause, no control. I mean, how? I cannot explain to a farmer, an industrial, I will punish you with a regulation and I will favor the import of somebody I will not control and not being under the same regulation. This is completely crazy. This is when regulation for climate or social welfare means just disindustrialization on our continent. So at the same time, we are doing this simplification on this agenda. So omnibus, capital market union, for me, third point, we have to strengthen clearly this custom union. The Commission issued a few months ago some guidelines, but we have to make it much more credible by the increase of controls and the regulations. And indeed, by June, we need this assessment on some critical regulations. If we are unable to make this control, we need a standstill, I mean, not just a standstill, but we have to withdraw the regulation to put you in a situation clearly to be in competition. And this is why it could cover your point in 6 months' time, we don't deliver what I proposed. My last point is clearly on the protection and European preference. Believe me, what we did with the safeguard clause on steel, what we started to do in some critical sectors, this is a timing issue. And on some critical sectors, this European content, sometimes perhaps tariffs or super speed inquiry, this is the top priority. And this one, for me, is the one where we should deliver tomorrow with a very concrete agenda. I have to be honest, on this point, I'm not sure that I have 27 member states super happy with the investment package and European preference. But you are here to convince everybody with me. So we have the firepower. But I'm serious about that.
Shall we come with you tomorrow? Well, I mean, we are happy to hear that, and you have really disruptive ideas, you know, from raising, you know, the debts and using it to invest, but also the protection, as Franchimi was saying. We are facing competition from the US, 15-0. China, not only with dirty products, they moved from imitation to innovation. They are investing in the best available technologies like EV or electrification. But there are also tariffs hidden inside the 27 member unions. I mean, we made the math, you know them, 40% for goods and 100% plus for services. So I hope that the single market dream of Delors is going to become a reality at one point of time and tap into the 450 million consumers you talked about, Mr. President. Well, the last word?
No, I think for me these 4 pillars are to be addressed as rapidly as we can. And one of the issue of the days and weeks to come is clearly to deliver this big acceleration. And clearly it's a question of life for some parts of our industry, and I'm extremely serious about that. But we have to be lucid as well on the fact that if we want to be serious on the deepening of the single market, even if we go super fast, it will take semesters and sometimes years. This is why we need super short-term measures. Reassessment of some regulations, acceleration on some simplifications, and acceleration on the European protection and some protection measures. Otherwise, we will be killed. So in the phasing, I would say, for me, simplification, protection is, super fast issues. Deepening of the single market is super important, but we know it will take a little bit more time. And investment is to be decided now, to be invested in the months to come and years to come, but it's not sufficient. But today, what is at stake, really, is that some part of the European industry could disappear in the semesters to come if we don't take the right measures in terms of simplification and protection. And the de-risking is not sufficient to do so. And the investment is as well a necessity. This is why I really believe, and I will leave you on this very simple message, we need an holistic approach, what I call the speed approach. Simplification, protection, investment, de-risking. The 4 pillars of speed are the one we need. But we have to speed up as well our approach. Because if we don't deliver in the 3 to 4 months to come, I take your point. I cannot come back to see you next year to say, guys, I have a good news, I'm convinced, I'm on your side, and so on. My credibility will be totally killed. And this is the last minute. So I'm lucid that we are in the same race with you, and we have to deliver this holistic agenda, this speed agenda with much more speed and much more scale. But you can't count on me.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think we'll be with you tomorrow. You are our hope. Yeah, a round of applause for Mr. President.
One point I want to add, because having said that, you can count on me, you can count on my colleagues, we will do our best, and tomorrow for me what's important is that we decide as well a big change in terms of method, because the one we adopted during the past year didn't deliver sufficiently fast. But I don't want you to underestimate your strengths. We are still an extremely innovative continent. Your companies, in all the different sectors, and I recognize a lot of very familiar faces, you are best-in-class companies and innovators. And I don't want as well to have, I would say, too much negative narrative coming from the European side. We have to resist, we have to deliver our agenda, but we have to be super ambitious for ourselves and very positive for ourselves. Because we underestimate something we didn't discuss till now. We are, and we remain, a continent where rule of law, predictability remain valid. And look at the situation. China is an authoritarian regime. I mean, no offense, this is their collective choice. And US is becoming an unpredictable economy and governance for companies and sometimes for countries. At the middle of that, you have the European Union. And it remains a place where rule of law and predictability remains valid. I suggest you to pitch that for your investors. Because if we are able to fix what we are discussing on the short run, what I mentioned is an extremely important leverage for our future. Because this is our ability to remain an anchor geography for a lot of investors, because it means we are not hectic, we are not unpredictable. Sometimes, indeed, it takes time for us to fix some issues, but we are here, well-known and reliable. And when you want to be the garant and last resort of a system, it's much better to be in this position. And this is why I believe in my Eurobond. Because when you provide to the market safe and liquid asset and you are predictable, it's extremely attractive. And this is the right moment to do so. But don't underestimate that for yourself and for our continent. Thank you.
Thank you. One more applause. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Heb je nog voor Merts? Wel. Gaan we ze van boven halen zodra die eruit is? Oké. Merci.
Ah, il est où? Ah, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could indeed ask you to keep your seats, because we'll continue straight with the German Bundeskanzler, who is also already in the building. And those of you who had reserved seats with the Bundeskanzler, please come forward as well and take your seats.
Magnifique intervention. Il me dit, ah, j'ai essayé, j'ai fait de mon mieux.
We try. Okay.
You speak French or no?
Vas-y.
Macron said, and I told him, wonderful speech, and he said, oh yes, I will try. That's so...
Bonjour. Bonjour. Okay. I gave him the question.
Yeah,
but Mr.
thank you.
Sobo should shorten.
Attends, mais alors, c'est pour cette bouteille, c'est ça?
Hey, question. Are they coming elevator or stairs? I need to know.
Through the elevator, so it's got to be the stairs. That is what I...
Come on. Wil jij nog vooraan zitten bij Merts? Nee?
Hello, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please sit down now? No, seriously. Not now, because Mr. Merz is coming. No, it's these guys. Yeah, please, Sue.
Welke micro ga je gebruiken? Dan zet ik die zeker open.
Can you please all sit down to welcome the Bundeskanzler? Can I ask for your cooperation?
Je moet deze houden. Die blijft van jou.
Okay. People in the corner here, can you please come and sit down, and people here in the room to show their respect to the German Bundeskanzler.
Sorry.
Is he coming down? Make room. Guys, sorry Mathieu, you need to go. No more France, Germany.
Gezegd, nu ga ik naar beneden.
Ja, maar dat is ook terecht.
Ja, ja.
It's there.
Kun je de micro niet afkoppelen?
Hans.
Ja, sorry. Alles goed?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to sit down for the last time and welcome the Bundeskanzler of Germany, Mr. Merz, with a warm applause, please.
You call me up when it's time.
Okay. We are indeed coming to the end of a session of what has been a very busy day, but I'm extremely proud to also welcome the German Bundeskanzler, which for my companies in the chemical industry is someone we rely upon a lot. I'll make it very short. I would like to invite you to do your speech. Afterwards, Markus Kamit and myself will join you on stage. So please, can I invite you here?
So, Mr. Kamit, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, many thanks for inviting me to this European Industry Summit in this famous and well-known building. As your Prime Minister, dear colleagues from Belgium, told me, this is the birthplace of European capitalism. So this is a good place to meet today from the 16th century. So many thanks for being with us today. Many thanks for this opportunity for me to speak and to give my view on what we are facing actually in the world. I can keep it very brief. We are living in a new geo-economic reality, but it's even more than that. It's a new geopolitical reality. And once again, in our history, we have entered a time of new great power politics. So where in this new world of great powers will Europe end up? I could hear a little bit from those who were standing here and giving their views. from the EU Commission and from the French President, but let me give you my view and my perspectives for this European policy. What determines the answer to this question? Now, first and foremost, it's our economic strength. In this world in which we are living and we are faced with, only an economically powerful Europe will be a sovereign Europe. And this is the reality we are living in. In light of this insight, it is high time for Europe to act swiftly and to act decisively. EU's growth gap with the US is widening, and China is catching up. Only a few numbers. Over the past 20 years, China has grown by around 8% a year, the US by 2%, and the EU, in average, only by 1%. So we must close up this gap. We must close it up now. We've been there before in our history, and we've done it before as well in our history. From the ruins on the European continent of the Second World War to the turn of the millennium, we achieved it. Europe was able to nearly close the productivity gap with the US. We achieved this by uniting our strengths and making bold decisions. By example, we created, with the internal market program 30 years ago, the largest integrated market in the world, and we expanded it across most of our European continent. Now, after a quarter of a century of gradual decline vis-à-vis our biggest competitors, it is again time to take bold decisions. And this is not only my diagnosis. This is the inconvenient truth conveyed by Mario Draghi and Enrico Letta in their landmark reports. They have tasked us with an ambitious set of recommendations, and now it's time to implement them. Tomorrow, as you all know, in Oldenbiesen, we will negotiate an ambitious European competitiveness agenda. This agenda shall put the words of Draghi and Letta into action. My goal, and the goal of my government, is to take first decisions at the next European Council in March, on March 18 or 19, and implement it by the end of this year. And in my view, there are mainly three fields of action. The one is cutting red tape. The second is strengthening our single market. And the third one is a free trade agenda for Europe. Let me start with cutting red tape. Overregulation in this European Union, on our European continent, hampers our economic growth. It makes the EU less attractive for investment, and therefore we call for a true deregulation mindset. The mindset, ladies and gentlemen, is decisive, not the details. The mindset of the European Commission is decisive on that. We must deregulate every sector.
And I call for a regulatory clean slate. Minor corrections to laws are not sufficient. We need to systematically review the whole set of existing EU legislation. We can and we will deliver, as we just shown by significantly trimming back, at least trimming back, the CSDDD regulation. Yet we are still far too slow. China builds the world's largest solar farms within a few months. In the EU, it takes years just for the project to get approved. Therefore, I propose to implement a fundamental principle in most permitting processes. Any project that is not treated within a few weeks or months will be regarded approved automatically. This is what our companies and our citizens This is, ladies and gentlemen, what our companies and citizens expect of their administrations and their governments, and I believe it is their right. The second field of action is the single market. Economic integration between sovereign states in Europe is unprecedented, and yet internal barriers remain extremely high. Two numbers. They act as a 45% tariff on goods and a 110% tariff on services. Numbers and figures from the Letta report, meaning goods and services cannot move as freely as they should within the European internal market. Also, trade within the single market has declined recently. I'm sure you and your companies feel this development already every day. We must now change course. 62% of business leaders consider the single market as fragmented. For example, we currently have 27 different national corporate regimes. Most of our larger companies have learned to cope with the complexity, but it definitely hinders growth in the most innovative sectors. Especially for them, we need one single European set of business rules. Therefore, I strongly support the creation of what we call a 28th regime. And tomorrow, when we will have our meeting as leaders, I will advocate that we set over ourselves the ambitious deadline to bring this idea to life by the end of the year. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me give some examples more precisely where we are lagging behind. Industry needs affordable energy prices, as you all know. The best way to lower prices is to expand cross-border energy infrastructure, thus creating a genuine, well-connected internal energy market. We did that in Germany together with Denmark a couple of weeks ago when we created the first bilateral energy hub on the island of Bornholm, with interconnectors to both countries, to Denmark and to Germany, to create at least between these two countries what we are naming and calling a single European energy market. Second example, EU companies are falling behind at the AI race due to overly complex rules. We need to make those rules simpler, and we need to incentivize risk-taking. Companies, for example, should experiment much more with new technologies to build the business models of the future. This will lead to more innovation in digital. Last but not least, our merger rules are outdated. Europe doesn't need European champions. It needs global champions. Competition policy must take the new geopolitical reality into account. We need rules that allow European companies to reach eye level with their US and their Chinese peers. Now, the third and last field of action which I would like to mention is our trade policy. We all feel it. The world around us has become rough. Trade partners that we could rely on in the past, for years in the past, are building now walls around them. However, the European and Europe growth and prosperity have never come from protectionism. Just recently, the EU Commission has concluded free trade agreements with regions that are home to more than 1.7 billion people. Where others turn away from the world, we Europeans must step in. But we must get there much quicker. It should never again take us 26 years to get a trade deal, as it did with Mercosur. The world will not wait for us. But, ladies and gentlemen, knowing what colleagues of mine are saying, our openness to free trade shall not be mistaken. We are neither naive nor defenseless. We have instruments at hand to counter unfair practices. We will use them if necessary. And you might remember what happened in this famous week of Davos. As long as the American government was on the way to implement new tariffs on the European partners, we were ready to act, and we had a spontaneous meeting of the 27 leaders of the entire European Union on short notice on Thursday night. And if the Americans had not withdrawn until then their threat of new tariffs, we had implemented them. Again, we are not naive and we are not defenseless. And now for one of the highly disputed issues. In addition to that, we should use European preference rules, but in a smart way. Only for critical strategic sectors and only as last resort. And we need our trading partners, we must include them. This is why I believe made in Europe might be too narrow. Let us push for a made with Europe approach instead. Now, ladies and gentlemen, be it cutting red tape, be it strengthening our single market or diversifying our trade, time to act is now. And now that these institutions in the European Union are not as fast as they should be, we are fighting against a machinery which is working and working and producing new regulation. I'm with my government and together with others, and I know my colleague Bart de Wever as one of the key persons there. We are decided to change that. It might last longer than we expected. It might last longer than we are having time for that. But don't underestimate the power and the strength of this European internal market, and let us not make us ourselves smaller than we are. The world is looking at this European Union, and whenever you are traveling around the world, the European Union is seen much better and much more competitive than many of our business community are seeing this European Union. Let's be self-conscious, let's be bold, and let's move on with what we have already started to do. Many thanks for your attention.
Can I please invite Marcus Kamit to join the stage as well, our president of CEFIC and the CEO of BASF, and maybe indeed give Marcus the opportunity to give a first reaction and a first question maybe.
First of all, vielen Dank, Herr Merz. Thank you very much, dear Chancellor. I have to say, after this speech, it's hard to give a co-speech here because I would subscribe to everything that you've said. So I really wanted to thank you for almost closing the day after many speeches that we've heard, but I think you had touched upon the key topics of the day. And let me also say that what we heard today is a strong belief that the European industry feels also, as you said, not naive, but also not defenseless. And we heard this many times in many forums today, that if we focus on our strengths and take away the burdens that we feel today in Europe, there's a lot we can do. And before we talk about protection and, let's say, look too much to the outside, we focus on Europe, focus our strength, and focus on re-establishing our strengths because we have them. And I think your strong words have really underlined this. But let me also maybe start the discussion, if I may, Marco. Is it okay to start the discussion? Let me also start by one thing. You mentioned energy cost and carbon and related elements like carbon costs. It was one of the bigger topics, I would say, today also in the room in our roundtable discussions. And of course, immediately, people, especially in the public, are making up or start the debate is actually questioning things like the European ETS system and the cost associated to this. Is this equal to giving up on our ambitions on the green transformation and on climate change? And I would like to give you the opportunity maybe to share your thoughts on this, because we know it's a problem, but we also know that we have a bigger task to fulfill as a society.
Many thanks for this question, and it seems to be the elephant in the room, the ETS question. And Bart knows that. We are talking about that in the European Council already. We had some very strong comments from colleagues from the East, but also from Western parts of the European Union. My answer is quite simple. This system is not the system to generate new revenues. This system is implemented to reduce CO2 emissions, and at the same time to enable the companies to come to CO2-free production lines. So if this is not achievable, and if this is not the right instrument, we should be very open to revise it, or at least to postpone it, as we did with ETS2 for consumers. But ETS1 is for you. And I remember that we had a brief debate on this early on, and I fully share your view. You don't need subsidies for CapEx. You need lower OpEx. So your production costs are too high. And if we are speaking in the European Union about competitiveness, we should avoid everything what is jeopardizing the competitiveness of our industry. I'm fully in line with all those who are saying we have to do more on climate change. I'm fully in line with all those who are saying we are looking for instruments, for the right instruments. But at the cost of our industry, at the cost of the working places in our industry, this is unacceptable. And that's the reason why I'm in line with everyone who says, if this is not the right instrument, we have to talk about that. And we have to change it if it doesn't work.
That's great, and I also want to give you the assurance that also from an industry perspective, I'm a firm believer that many of the solutions that are needed to fight climate change, to get to a net zero economy, are still going to be invented. We still have not seen all the technologies that are going to be possible in the next 10, 20 years, but we need companies to be able to invest into developing these technologies, scale it up. So I think that balance for me is also absolutely critical. You talked about one other thing that you've also addressed it. Your view is to take a balanced view on, let's say, made in Europe and European preference. Also a topic that was highly debated today. And I think to find the fine line between falling on the one side into protectionistic tendencies and on the other hand also not letting the world do whatever it wants with Europe is not going to be easy. How hopeful are you that there is going to be consensus among 27 leaders tomorrow to find a good path forward?
Well, let me begin with some expectation management on tomorrow. We will not take any decision tomorrow. This is a retreat of the European leaders just to talk and discuss about competitiveness and about our environment we are working in and about the regulation we are implementing. And the next decision we could take will be on March 19 when we have our next regular European Council's meeting. But having said that, that does not mean that we will not come to preliminary conclusions tomorrow. One could be that we are taking more action on regulation, red tape. I think there is a broader understanding within the group that we need to do more. The bottleneck for us is parts of the European Commission and, unfortunately, parts of the European Parliament. We are having serious debates with the European Parliament how to come to decisions into the right direction. And that's the reason why I'm always asking, and I'm doing that from this place again today, I'm always asking you, get in touch with your local European parliamentarians. They are really very influential. Underestimated. It's a happy life if you are there. I was there in the European Parliament. It's a great parliament, but you are, as a single parliamentarian, you are never and nowhere as strong as you are in the European Parliament. So please address them from the industry and please tell them what the real threat is for your companies. So, but we are on the way. I'm hearing that Ursula von der Leyen and others are making the way open to reduce red tape fundamentally. But we are, frankly, we are not there where we should be. And this is hard work, but we are doing that work because it's worthwhile to do that because this is really this over-regulated market in the European Union. I was there, and Bart knows that. I was in the European Parliament when the internal market program was made. This was not our idea to have this over-regulated market in the European Union. The former idea from the very beginning of the internal market program was a completely different one. So, and we could go back to that, what we did and thought in the early 90s when we implemented this internal market program, and we should be again an open market with not this regulation we are actually seeing.
So I would just say one thing. The sentence that we probably heard most today was now, or the word that we are most, it's now. It's so if you come to a consensus amongst the 27 leaders tomorrow, also feel free to take a decision. So it might just happen along the way. Marco, yes. Are we opening the floor to the audience?
Do you mind a few questions for the floor?
Sure.
Okay. No? Before indeed we'll finish with a few words of the Belgian Prime Minister again. Jean-François van Boxmeer from the European Roundtable.
Thank you, Bundeskanzler. I'm chairman of the European Roundtable for Industry that is advocating for a competitive industry in Europe already for over 40 years, 42 years. And has been collaborating with Jacques Delors' commission when I was a student, obviously, to create the single market. And when we look back in our history, that single market has been a fantastic driver of economic growth and prosperity in Europe, followed by the wave of the expansion eastwards of the European Union, for sure. But it has been a growth engine for Europe. And I would say that since certainly a decade, that growth has been reversed by exactly what you have been pointing out to, which is over-regulation, specifically by the means of directives, which are implemented specifically with slight differences. We call it gold plating in every of the 27 member states, leading to the 40% internal barriers for goods that we presently have, and even higher for services. Now, the good news is, being long time with ERT, I've never seen the economic and political world so closely aligned on the diagnosis of the situation we're in, which is not very pretty, but also on the possible way forward. So that's the good news, and it's certainly and definitely the glass half full. We are all in the business community complaining that it's not going fast enough. Now, it's proper to business that we need to move fast in business. That is the pressure we daily live under. And we do understand that the political world has a rhythm that is different than ours. But we have seen the European community, I mean the Council, the Commission, even the Parliament, when we are attacked, we are there. We have seen it with the COVID, we have seen it with the war on Ukraine, we have seen it now under the attacks of President Trump. It's very effective. Can't we be as effective building our own turf at home? And so my question to you now is, we all agree on the diagnosis, and one of the key pieces, we all agree that the energy prices are too high for European industry to survive long term. That's a very key short-term issue that you have to address. But we have that single market. You said Europe is very powerful. We have that single market. We have to reignite it. What is in your mind, and would that happen tomorrow, seeing that the leaders are so close to each other? What is the point where you say, and now we have to go to another solution, which is looking for coalition of the willings, which will be smaller in Europe? Is that the solution? But what is in your mind the trigger point? And even a more daring question, what if you don't agree with President Macron? Either Germany and France don't agree. Can you then go for that solution? Or is there another way to stay united and really get the job done? Thank you.
Many thanks for this very interesting question and this comment before, because I fully share your view that we achieved a lot. But if you look at the European history, of the European Union, you can always see that we not developed this European Union in a permanent process, step by step, moving forward. The history of the European Union is always a history of attacks, destroyed companies, destroyed countries. This is how the European Union was founded in the 50s, after 2 world wars, and the instrument was steel and coal, but it was never the industry the purpose. The purpose was the political integration. Next step was the European Union itself. Then we had the internal market, and then we had currency union. And we always had good reports. For the internal market, you might remember, this was the report from Jacques Delors, published in 1985, and in place with all the regulation in 1993. So again, we are seeing 2 reports now, from Enrico Letta on the completion of the internal market, and from Mario Draghi on competitiveness of the European Union. So the reason why we are meeting tomorrow is because I wrote a letter to the Council and to the Commission, and 21 heads of government in the European Union followed and signed the letter, asking for more deregulation and more competitiveness in Europe. And the outcome is the meeting of tomorrow. So the key question is, do all of us in the political arena, in the Parliament, the Commission, in the Council, really understand the sense of urgency we are faced with? The world around us is fundamentally changing, and this is not the up and down of a normal circle, and we will be back to where we come from last year or 4 years ago. This is so fundamental, this is so tectonic, that we now have to understand what is happening outside there. And that's the reason why Bart and myself and others, we are pushing so hard on the EU Commission and on the Parliament to move on and to take priorities now. And my priority is, beyond defense, competitiveness of our industry. If we are lagging behind longer than we did in the past, with our growth rates, with our innovation capacities, with labor markets, we will lose this battle. And we will never catch up again, because the world is changing so fundamentally. So again, this is my feeling of this urgency we are faced with, and I'm trying to convince my colleagues to go this way. We are having a great opportunity ahead of us, but we must not miss it.
And since you mentioned also the security of Europe, I think it's fair, and we said this also many times today, to recognize that European industrial strength, and with this economic strength, is the foundation of restoring our ability to defend ourselves. And one famous saying that I really like is, if what you cannot defend, you don't own. So we better shape up our abilities to defend ourselves, and for this we need a strong European industry.
Thank you. One last question, because the uniqueness of Antwerp and the Antwerp Summit as well, that we work together with the trade unions, which is a coalition that I think makes this very special. And I'd like to give the floor to Michal Vassiliadis from IGBC for the last question.
Thank you, Mr. West. Thank you for your words. So rebalancing the question of the triangle, so-called triangle, between going green, going growth, innovative, and secure jobs is an unbalanced situation. And you have very clear words. And one thing is that Germany, as the driving engine of the industry in Europe, have to have a clear voice, and you have mentioned that. Do you see, looking on the chemical industry, where Germany is the strongest economy, do you see some specific things what you can do also with some partners in Europe to drive this roadmap you have already mentioned a bit faster? Because what we are doing now is we're paying with jobs, and we're paying with decreasing economy. So this is the hardest price paid, and you have also seen in many countries that we're paying also with political support. I see that if we don't change the roadmap, then we will see the right wings take over some of these issues. So that is the reason why I see also a political issue behind all these economic things. Thank you.
Yeah, I share your view. We are not just faced with very strong competition from outside the European Union. We are faced within the European Union with political parties which are challenging our democratic system. And look what is happening actually in these days in the UK, what is happening in many other countries in the European Union. Look what might happen with the presidential election in France next year. So this is, for many, sorry to say that in this group, I very much hope that nobody in this room is feeling addressed, but there are many business leaders in Europe who are a little bit amazed by this authoritarian behavior, and seeing that democracies are needing time for taking decisions. So in an authoritarian system, you can take decisions within hours. Most of them are wrong, but you can take them. Democracies need time. But what we have to convince our electorate, our parliaments, our governments, the European Union, we do not have time enough to debate for weeks and months and potentially years what we could do now and how we should react on what we are faced with in the world. So this is a sort of contradiction for democracies, but if we want to rescue not just the democracies, if we want to preserve the art of living, our freedom on the European continent, we have to prove that democracies and European institutions can really decide on time, on purpose, and within the right political framework to convince people that this European Union is an institution and is an achievement which it's worthwhile to fight for. And look, this is, and let me just give you one brief remark, final remark on the German position on that and my personal approach. As I said, my first political mandate as a young man was in the European Parliament. And I'm really, until today, I'm deeply determined what I learned there, what this European Union could do and what it should not do. But this achievement for us, the Germans, is the biggest achievement in our history, to be back with those countries and people in the world who are fighting for democracy, for freedom and for peace. So I never will give up my European conviction. And I know that the European government and the European Chancellor in specific has to take a very strong role in this European Union. Not telling all the others what they have to do, but moving ahead, going ahead, and dragging all the others with us, that we can do more than we actually see from this European Union, and that we can prove that this European Union is the right answer to what we are seeing in the world.
As a last piece of acknowledgement, since you were not here this morning, we have in the back, we have invited also 30 young workers from European chemical sites, and I'm sure many of them have taken a lot of confidence into their future prosperity from what you have just said, because it's this conviction that Europe can be the solution to our future is, I think, the foundation of everything. So just wanted to mention this. This was, I think, a nice gesture. I met with them this morning, and they are asking exactly what is the future of Europe, and you just gave a very compelling answer. Marco.
Thank you both. If I could ask you to stay on stage, I would like to welcome back the Prime Minister of Belgium, Bart de Wever, for a closing speech. Thank you.
Herr Bundeskanzler, ich freue mich sehr, dass Sie heute an die Haustür der deutschen Industrie angekommen sind. Das ist eine Ehre für uns alle. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're all hungry, you want to go home. They have a nice German expression. Alles ist schon gesagt, aber noch nicht bei jedem. I'm the last man standing, but I'll keep it very, very, very brief. The German ambassador a few moments ago said 16th century, probably they still used Latin. So I looked it up on my phone, and indeed, above the door in the 16th century, there was a Latin saying, in usum negotiatorum quiscumque nationis et linguae, for the use of merchants of every nation and of every language. And that spirit of open exchange and spirited competition is etched into the DNA of this city and of Europe itself. We remain, and we must remain, open for business, open for ideas, open for cooperation. 10 years ago, when this building was being restored, archaeologists were excavating the ground beneath the floor you're sitting on, and they uncovered the remains of a man and a woman from the Bronze Age, roughly 3,000 years ago. At that time, this area was marshland, only home to a few fishermen and farmers. Today, it is Europe's second largest port. It hosts the world's largest maritime industrial complex, and that is what our ancestors achieved. That is progress, that is the power of industry, and that is why we are here today, to reaffirm Europe's commitment to its industrial future. I don't have to explain to you that we're under pressure. You told us the pressure you are under. So now it's up to us to make choices. Will this become our downfall, or will we use this crisis to serve the common good? This is a defining moment for the responsibility, and it is a defining moment to make choices. We are facing a moment to mend or to end. And industry is not just an economic sector. It is the foundation of economic resilience, technological leadership and strategic autonomy. When industry thrives, Europe thrives. That is why we must concentrate on core priorities, and you all know what they are. The German Chancellor just ticked all the boxes, and every box was met with applause. Europe still has the market, the talent and the capital. What we lack is speed, focus and political determination. The presence of the leaders of the largest member states here today in Antwerp is a very important signal. A strategic course correction has to come on the table. Tomorrow, in Aldenbiesen, strengthened by the insights and commitments of everybody in this room, we will have to show that Europe's model has a future, that we can strengthen competitiveness, that we can rebuild industrial strength, and that we can harness innovation for a shared prosperity. You know, Friedrich, the Aldenbiesen site was founded by der Deutschen Orden, by the German order. So it's the ideal place to repeat exactly what you said here. And I will support you 100%. And I know that many other leaders will do so as well. Because if we want Europe to matter in the world, our industry must matter first. It's up to us. Let's bring back confidence and hope to our continent. Long live Europe. Thank you.
Can I say on behalf of all of us, we wish you a very successful tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
We'll guide you out. For the journalists, the bar in the hotel is open. We would like you to go there. For everyone else, the bar here is open. Thank you very much, and this is the end of the summit.
Good.